Good day and good evening and welcome to Savage Stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Reclears of Savage, Unreal, and then hopefully this time we actually get back to UWU. Last week we ended up like flopping around on Savage Reclears for so long that we went a little bit overtime to get our Unreal Reclears. At least we finished. Now, we will just have to get through it, I suppose. We'll see how fast we get through it this time. With that said, hey Aradil, hey Faith, hey Shaq, hey Gazel, hey Ilana, hey Ceres, hey Taldaba, hey Jen Monica, hey Damarel, hey Harris, hey Zaf, and Gary. Hope you're all doing very well. Right, let me just unmute here. You were saying something before I muted, Ham?
I don't remember.
You said something to the effect of "before I forget," actually, so that's fantastic. Did anyone else hear it?
Nope.
Wonderful.
Right, well, you didn't make it then, I guess. You did say
Can't
something
that
like
important.
30 seconds ago.
It can't have been that important.
By the way,
his house burning down.
Did Sip get into the voice chat before I started the stream?
I did not
No one
track.
remembers. So how does that count on our bet then, Ham?
I don't know. I think Zip was ready before the first ready check started, and now let's just hope that Zip doesn't need repairs. Or something.
Okay.
So if I remember correctly, that means that I owe you 10 cherry pink die.
Perfect.
I have a question. Do you think you can do 14k more damage?
What?
Why?
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
No zip.
Hey Cyanide,
14
hope you're doing well.
K more damage to what?
You promised,
The boss,
Milo.
so Zip doesn't have to do any damage.
Oh, that's just lazy.
That is incredibly
Yes.
lazy. By the
That's why
way,
I
the
said
bet
no.
the bet we were making, Sip, the bet we were making was that I said that we were betting on whether you would be prepared on time, and I bet that you would be.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared.
You like, if your gear's broken right now, then you're not prepared.
No, I meant I haven't eaten my food yet. Didn't let me eat
That's
my food.
okay. You had food. That was the important part.
Yeah, because I grabbed it on Tuesday and haven't played the game since.
Great. Gamer time. Can we get M1S down in the first try?
No.
No? Oh.
We're not allowed.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they
Okay.
hold their own against our feline
Oh
ferocity?
god.
You know what you did.
Oh, we're not doing any jump?
It's an unfortunate start. Both the melees.
I mean, I thought
So about
we were
those
gonna jump, so I
14k,
backed
Zip.
out.
Those 14k are probably not happening.
Disappointing.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has
I expected the jump, so I went for a jump.
Oh boy.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Light parties? What?
Corpse.
Huh?
We have a corpse.
Yeah.
My toes too far
I think we
away.
have a wipe now. Da-da-da.
Magic.
Right, the light
Just
party
so you know,
thing.
it was light party.
I was too focused on just not.
No, how did I find that magic pixel?
I don't know. I feel like we should almost name. One day we should do a stream where we just deliberately name it, doing everything wrong. The Savage stream. Like, this is impressive that we're still chugging on with such a mistake.
Worst case, we're going to see Raining Cat. Or the second Tank Buster.
The new kind Savage Prog. We're making enough mistakes that we make sure that the boss mechanics happen. Hey, Ultimate Trainer. Hope you're doing well. Idle, move.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Oh, that wouldn't turn.
You know what?
That's exactly like
Fair
that.
enough. I feel like that was the
What grid?
yeah, exactly. Also, congratulations, Damarel. Right. We've had the warm-up. And let's see if we can do it right this time. Let's get it right
One
this
mistake
time.
for every mechanic this time?
Can we make it one less mistake per mechanic?
We have a while to go before that.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
How many shreds?
Our challenger's first
Get into position, get into position, get into your positions.
they hold their own against our feline ferocity.
He's...
From my life
There's something funny about when the boss teleports to the same spot they were just at.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Light parties.
Your mincemeat.
comes Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
It's both lithe and lethal.
My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Splat. Nice. Perfect.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
That's east.
Your mincemeat.
Oh,
Double east.
that's rare.
Mm-hmm. Quad first. It's the marker. DPS go first. In is safe first.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Old red dog.
Huh. She really likes that configuration tonight.
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
F's for the paladin pass.
What do you mean? Fight or flight is now.
Oh.
Started just when I hit the floor.
I was more thinking any downtime at all. Aha! It's big brain time!
It's all over.
Anyone wants any of
No,
the
it's
loot?
all over. It's
Go
not
for
big
it.
brain time. It's all
Oh.
over.
It's overtime. Boom.
Not yet.
Also, good luck with Alo Alo, Taliban. If you're still listening in. Ah, that was really good. I feel like I got most of my bursts pretty well. There's a really random observation that Perrin mentioned, I think, where they said something to the effect of, just use one Infuriate on the odd minute. Which, on the one hand, makes perfect sense, because, you know, that's the cooldown. So, like, if you build one and then, like, you generate the other one until the 2 minute. But that seems to very effectively line up everything, but I also now understand why I've had a little bit of difficulty recognizing when you can get a triple Infuriate, because when I tested it a bit, it seems like it's the 4 minute burst, where if you just play your rotation perfectly with no downtime, that's when the third, like the triple Infuriate comes about naturally. And usually when I practice, you know, I practice like about 3 minutes at a time. I don't usually just stand at a striking dummy just whacking away for 30 minutes. So because it just falls outside and it's not like completely obvious, like it never occurred to me that it's like that's the reason why it's so hard to see. Also, no worries, Faith. Hope you have some good snacks. Hey, Rillian. Hope you're doing well.
I will say, doing Black Cat with Doom music in the background is something different.
With Doom music?
Yeah.
In
In this playlist, like, oh, okay.
The new way I've
You
started to
should-
do, if I do an expert roulette or something as Viper, is that I put on Eurobeat music.
Ooh,
No.
nice.
You need to listen to Hatsune Miku, otherwise you'll be manhandled by the cult.
What?
Nah, Ham is looking normal today. You don't have to listen to Hatsune Miku.
No,
Welcome
you
back,
have to
tell the
listen
What
Bob.
do
to
you mean
Hatsune
I'm
Miku.
looking normal? This is my Dark Knight glam, not my Paladin glam.
I meant more you didn't have the Miku glam on. And the hair.
Imagine Miku Beam on the in the background during M2S, so that would be pretty funny. Yeah.
Isn't that
I
just
mean-
And
make the
now,
answer anyway?
for the thing you've all been waiting for.
Milo, what you're implying is that Hatsune Miku has no other outfits.
I've also done
No,
that in the
I
past,
was
Saf.
implying
Just
they
Yeah,
didn't
but
have
this-
the hairstyle.
But this is my Dark Knight outfit.
This is Dark Knight Miku.
I've also specifically practiced both the Pictomans and Viper rotations for many minutes, exactly because both of them have things in their rotation that play out in a way where you can actually just see from the design that it'll start to get a little weird, like at around 8+ minutes. So you like, if you really want to see those things, you have to like continue for a really long time.
The Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
But something like Warrior, I do that way less frequently because it's just, Infuriate doesn't feel super predictable on that. It'll be pass. And...
Submit to your
Hey!
That's disappointing.
Here comes a fearsome venom strike!
It'll be spreads. really evil bit of trolling that just occurred to me is imagine if, like, markers get put down, and then you have markers where, like, just some of the markers are, like, just slightly off. Donut first. Like, just the D marker is, like, an inch closer, so we get hit by the B line because we thought that it's accurate.
Well, you'd stand somewhere in the B mark at max melee for the line, so...
I'll make you mine.
That's true.
Oh, this is funny.
Is it?
This is very funny.
Oh, me and Ham can just do it. Weird. It'll probably be on one of us. Oh, perfect. You don't have to help me, Lo.
But Tengetsu.
Oh,
Oh,
fair
right.
enough. Circle first. Care for the hearts. Oh, we got one heart anyway.
Is everyone having
Oops.
a good time? I'm having so much fun, aren't you? B is for brilliant.
What's this? Honeybee has
Bruh.
changed her routine.
I was sure that line was a different order. Hello, fellow melees. Oh, so close.
It's always fun.
Oh. Was a very rotatey one.
Yeah.
Just getting started.
Eliaxon, hope you're doing well. So far, it's going fine. It'll be spritz. Check your heart count.
Who's my obedient little bee?
It'll be spritz.
Your support means the world to me, everyone. No hard feelings if I kill you?
It'll be pairs. Hey, you boy 6. Hope you're doing well. It has been a long time, yeah. That's awesome.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Clockwise. Uh-oh. Something's wrong on the DPS side.
Ooh, this
is willing to yield.
Try and res cap.
What a delightful battle this is!
It'll be pairs. Oh!
I had to move you, I couldn't get him for time.
Fine, I already resed them. Because I have, I had the presence of mine deck too.
When is a good... Oh. Ain! Hope you're doing well. DPS have the short fuse. It'll be spreads. Donut first. Donut first. DPS have the short fuse.
Hello?
Hello. Ugh. Circle first. Supports have the fuse. Supports have the fuse. It'll be spreads.
Your support means the world to me, everyone. Bees will break you to a bloody pulp.
Clock spots.
Nobody steals the spotlight from me.
First pair is Shaq and Cat. Go. Second pair is Sip and Aradil. Go.
Enough is enough. Trip off my stage.
Get off my stage! Flip. Third pair's me and Milo.
I love being the lazy pair.
The lazy pair. Welcome to lazy pair. Oh, we just opened it, ah.
Until next time.
Checking on the loot list. We have 3 that wants the boots. So let's start with the boots on that. That went well. It's really weird. This happened last week as well, specifically on the Savage streams here. That I've had some weird like frame skips. Not on the other streams. Next we have the Glaze. There's also 3 that wants that. And then the rest is like, if you want it. If you want a thing. Imagine having that much Savage loot. Yeah, I don't want it.
This loot is way too savage.
The loot is way too savage. That's some savage loot you got there. Yeah, that was pretty good. I think it's pretty funny that despite us only getting one heart on her, I feel like we had that, like, because of the amount of deaths we had in Alarm Pheromones 2. That hurt a lot
Importantly,
more.
alarm pheromones 2, not 1.
Exactly. That's the reason why it's so important that the first explosion, like on the baited AoEs, is placed correctly for that. Is because if you get the first one wrong, even if someone goes, it's wrong over there, it's like, yeah, well, the next person has like 2 seconds to correct it, and to course correct it, and they might not know how to course correct it. Like, the only thing you can really do is like move 90 degrees over and hope that that's fine. If it's really bad.
I saw there was a small safe spot in the normal place, but too late to get there.
Yeah. I saw it too. I think Cat survived thanks to that, but then like the stack markers right after got a little awkward because, you know, you need a lot of people.
I think they might have also gotten the poison dot from standing in the puddle.
That could be,
Not
I don't
sure.
know. I didn't see that one.
Regardless of what happened, we blame Cyanide for deaths.
We blame what?
We blame
Cyanide for the deaths.
What? Why? What did Cyanide do?
You're not supposed to take cyanide. It's poisonous.
Oh.
They knew what they did.
Food, by the way.
You want to comment on this, Cyanide? Your defense?
Objection.
That's your defense. Objection! Yes, go ahead. No, that's all I had. Just objection. Oh, okay.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Pairs and a circle. Spreads on proximity. Huh?
One dot is fine.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, like, who missed? Huh?
Based on the damage done, I'm gonna take a guess on Naomi.
Oh. The greed! For the limit break generation. That would be pretty funny. We just fail mechanics that don't hurt too much. Just
the problem is with damage
spreads
downs.
and a donut. Spreads and a donut. That's true. Pairs and a knockback. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The challenger went down hard.
This is going to be rough.
They're still in it, but for how long?
maybe that's the reason why so many mechanics now give damage down. So that you can't do it for the LB generation either. Pears and a donut? Pears and a donut?
Yeah.
Meh.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Oh man.
We might want to have everyone up for
I
the next
think this
mechanic.
is too late. I think? Or is it?
It's not fuse field, it's final fuse down.
DPS have the
Shorts
short
have the
fuse. DPS have the short fuse.
Oh, that's not right, God.
Oh boy.
That's a problem.
Pairs and a proximity. Pairs and proximity.
Sorry, but
Just wipe. Just wipe.
Yeah.
Just wipe. Just wipe. Food check. Brood Bomber is embiggening himself. Shaq, you good?
Blow you to smithereens. The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring. Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Spreads and a circle. Spreads and proximity. Oh boy. I got a little spicy there. Nice.
Don't mind me. Throat's a bit parched.
Banned compound detected.
Out of the way, tin can! My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel! No more distractions!
Pears in a donut. Pears in a donut. Pears and a knockback. Another spicy one. Boom.
Now we're playing by my rules. Ho ho! Chain deathmatch. There's no escaping those element links. And they're done. Is it over already?
Spread center circle. Spread center circle. Spread center circle.
You should know that I have a short fuse.
DPS have the short fuse. DPS have the short fuse. Spread center knockback. Spread center knockback. Oh, right. The one where he doesn't go in.
Now we need everyone.
This is going to be a blast.
DPS have the short fuse.
How will the challenger respond?
Naomi. Cat. Erdil. Erdil. Myself. Ham. Jack. Zip. Nice. Hey Louis and Nox, hope you're both doing well.
No, I need something fiery. The brute bomber is embiggening himself. Get ready.
It'll be pairs.
Explosion of pain.
1,
Oh, kaboom,
2,
I'm bombarding special.
3, 4 out. And in. Ready for the knockback. It'll be pairs. Nice. Hey Caitlin, hope you're doing well.
challenger went down hard.
Pairs and proximity. Pairs and proximity. Whew.
They're back
Ooh,
on
much
their feet.
damage.
Hot crit.
Yowzers. Huh?
How
What's
many
up?
hits will a tank buster take to need the invuln?
Like 5, I think. All aboard. Pears and a donut, pears and a donut, pears and a donut.
Amazing. The challenger saw straight through it.
Watch the lariat. Run, 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 run.
A vicious blow. Oh, that'll leave a mark. They're still in it, but for how long?
I could have just not invulned instead properly done my burst start.
And see, the loot is there's 2 that wants chest. Let's start with that. And then there's like 4 that wants the twine. And then both this like the solvent is like, I have one, I don't think I'll use it. If there's anyone else that wants one, like go for it if you want. I'll greed on it. There's also the paints, if you want an extra pair of paints. See, Tony says, I sometimes wish the quad and octa mechanic will show the number on its cast bar like in JP. Me, not too familiar with English numbers, made my progging a bit difficult. Yeah, I could understand that. I'll also say that sometimes the fact that you have to like translate it like that can be a little bit confusing for me. Like, I've called light parties when Black Cat said quadruple. Because my brain went, well, that's 4, right? So you need 4 people, right? Even though I've done it like a bunch of times before, and I knew better. It was just, you know, not thinking. I don't think I've ever had Monster. I've had energy drinks, and it's just not for me. It's way too synthetic tasting, I feel. Hey Moral, hope you're doing well. And good luck, Caitlin. I've never played Kingdom Hearts, so I don't know what any of that means. Kyle Katan, I don't even know who that is. I don't think I've watched enough of that kind of stuff to know. Yeah, that's true, Louis. That double could mean that she's going to hit, like that you're going to need 2 people per. And quadruple could mean that you're going to need 4. Like, yeah, in the same way that that like you could interpret it in many ways. Like that's why I think the important part with the Brute Bomber is that it's Q and O for the 4 and 8. Sarah says there's some monster flavors that are basically lemonade. Okay, then that's probably not too bad. Kal-Katan is a Star Wars expanded universe character. Oh, I see. Hey Greedling, hope you're doing well. Does energy drinks make me tired? That is interesting. I will say if I have something like coffee late, then it is like a coin flip. Sometimes it feels like I'll just become more tired. Or it doesn't do anything. And sometimes it means that I can't go to bed. My thoughts on Uptime Sunrise versus regular Sunrise? I don't think we've ever tried Uptime Sunrise, but there's a very, very simple thing that we've observed before, is that if you're doing an Uptime strat for Sunrise, either you have no business worrying about that, or your team should have enough damage that you skip Sunrise. So Uptime Sunrise is irrelevant. That's the way I see it anyway.
Also, if Uptime Sunrise goes bad, it goes really bad, whereas now it can lead to like 1 or 2 deaths, and we can still recover from that.
At least
With
in
Uptime
theory.
Sunrise, if you have
Yeah.
a cannon wrong, you can have like 4 or more people dead.
Generally, if Uptime Sunrise has a mistake, you should assume that it's a wipe, I think.
But the main idea is that if you... Louis says, I asked because about all party finder groups that join basically all want to do uptime. It's actually pretty simple that has actually nothing to do with the uptime thing, I don't think. The reason why people want to do uptime Sunrise is the same reason that people want to do Mario Kart on M2S. It's the strategy that they have learned. And there isn't enough benefit to learning a different strategy to bother. So it's easier to agree on that strategy. It doesn't actually matter whether one is better than the other. Like, that is completely irrelevant. It is, like, I'm guessing that, like, when done perfectly, Uptime Sunrise is superior to regular Sunrise. But even if it wasn't, that's the strategy people have learned. And based on what people say, supposedly... the positioning for Uptime Sunrise is quote-unquote easier once you get it. But on our end, the reason why I guess we do regular Sunrise, is because we haven't learned Uptime Sunrise, and we simply CBA learning a different way. And the argument for learning Uptime Sunrise is like, how about we spend that time on just getting good? Because if we get good hard enough, then we skip Sunrise entirely. So... it doesn't really matter. But if you're in a party find, like if you're in Party Finder primarily, then you're kind of stuck with having to do, you know, uptime strat, because that's the strat people use. Like, the most common strategies in Party Finder will be the ones that you should focus on learning. You can be like, it's funny, like sometimes you'll see Party Finder posts, like groups where they're like super sarcastic almost, being like, we don't do the strat everyone else does. Like, that'll be like, even if you don't mean it like that, if you post up a group saying deliberately that you're doing a different strat than the norm, you're going to sound like that guy, right? Like, that's just how it's going to be. If you choose to do a different strategy, it's going to be less consistent simply because everyone in the raid very likely will have less practice with the strategy that you're proposing, regardless of whether it's better or worse. Like, there's a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV that are like that. Tony says, I heard in FRU there's a mechanic where the number of orbs on boss's halo indicates if it's spread or pairs. Then it's 1 orb for pairs and 4 orbs for spread. I know some people who got real confused on it. Well, I mean, with ultimates, they have a tendency to do that. Can you see what the sign is?
I think mainly the annoyance from party finders that on M4 it's 2 and 8 orbs. And now... No wait. It's 4
It's
or 8
4,
orbs,
8.
and now it's 1 and 4. So it's still the same thing of counting the orbs, but just different numbers meaning different things.
Thankfully, Milo, you don't have to count.
You know, Texas Parker, we did the same. We progged Sveen EX blind, and every time we were progging on it, or even when we've done a reclear of it, people were surprised that we didn't actually meme up absolute authority. We found the way forward. It's almost like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Like, surprise! It's the same we do on M2 as we do a different strategy, and people are like, why are you not doing Mario Kart?
Good check.
Food check, gear check, repair check. I know, horse check. Yes, she's here.
What? A unicorn.
Isn't a unicorn
Not
a
a
horse
horse.
with a horn and magic?
I forgot who researched that.
Did you act on the farm run?
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Oh, dang it, I messed up my opener.
If one
It's
needs
been a while.
wings,
been a
one
while.
I was gonna say, back to the classics.
It's been a while. It's been like less than a week. Back.
Wickedly divine!
No, I
Back.
didn't hear Helm say it last week. Doesn't mean he didn't do it, he just didn't say it.
Oh.
No, he did say it.
I
The headset
listen.
without a battery.
Backing out. Backing out.
And I know you don't listen, Milo.
DPS baits out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melees in a circle.
Is it over already?
This is going to hurt.
Nah.
It's going to hurt a bit. We're missing a passage.
For you, it won't hit me.
They're back on their
See,
I have
didn't hurt at all.
10%
Yeah.
There is no limit to a
Cardinals?
leopard's potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. Four pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
rope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Dang it. That's what I get for dying.
I'll erase you.
I think we're wiping now. Swap.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I'm not sure I see a problem.
Swap. What?
We live.
Hmm. Mostly. Can we get Naomi up first?
I did it.
No,
Pizza places?
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
One more. In for heals. Here we go again.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
One more. Get to see.
Body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
Oh, my combo might try or not.
Uh-oh.
Yep, ran out.
Ah.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
In. Aradel! You didn't grab it! you have to stop for a second. Get to the left, get to the left, get to the left, get to the left, get to the left.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether.
Sense of abates. In. Nice. Pairs first. Oops, all birds. Well done. Stay out, stay out, stay out. Right strikes first, later it'll be an explosion.
My friends return all to ash. Blowing my blade and drown my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Get to the left, get to the left, get to the left, get to the left. Right, 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 right. Nice. Left strikes first, later it'll be a knockback. And here comes the hard part. Well done. In, in, in. Oh boy.
Not
Left
fine
strikes
enough.
first, it's a knockback.
Dance my blade and carve my enemy's flesh.
Full focus. Good enough.
And a clean, mostly clean first sword quiver.
That's true. Was that first
And
pull?
that's why we're not doing uptime.
Also, hey Spazzy and Agony. Hope you're doing well. And congratulations. Yeah, this is an awesome, like, pretty huge twist in the second half. I think it was pretty clean. The reason why things got that awkward there at the end, that we were quote-unquote late on the damage, was because of the unlucky misclick right at the iron clusters in phase 1. How did we survive that? I thought like we were a person short. Was it just because every time the one debuff that wasn't distributed was the laser that needed to go on the yellow, on the purple guy? or the purple itself. I guess. I am guessing
I wasn't
Naomi
sure
was
if
supposed
Naomi
to have
still
a...
had their debuffs after that.
No,
but
Naomi
just didn't
died to
cleanse the
missing
shield.
one of the blasts, but the reason you usually wipe is because if only 7 debuffs are distributed, then either the purple guy, who needs to be hit by a specific thing, will be missing that.
Yeah, I think it was only donut and circle for them.
Yeah.
No.
So, like, we were
one of
missing
the-
a donut on a circle each time.
One of the other problems is also that you're missing a person for a pretty hard-hitting stack marker.
True.
And for the first one, it seems like we can just mitigate through it.
Yeah. That was the revenge for last week, yeah. Also, hey, Oscar and
if-
Yannick. Hope you're doing well.
And
ahead.
one of the big problems with the stack marker is also if anyone dies to the stack marker, their debuff explodes immediately. And I'm not 100% sure if that's always in a raid wide, but in a problem.
Louise says, all groups I've been with who did uptime ends horribly. See, that is the funny thing, because when we compare uptime to regular Sunrise, the way it goes is that the people where uptime works for swear by it and say that it's the easiest way to do it. And then there's a lot of people that are like, nah. Like, that's basically like the two options. Oh, that's unfortunate, Yannick. The UWU Prog point is still jails. We're kind of like ironing that one out, but technically we have seen Ultima Weapon appear. You know, the funny thing there, Moral, is that I'm not sure what the cause is. As I said earlier, it has only been on Savage streams that it has happened, that I've had, like, somewhat infrequent, like, momentary screen freezes. I'm going to guess that if you're paying extremely close attention to the stream, you might see them come through on your end as well, because it's not the stream that freezes, it's the actual game that freezes for like half a second for me or less. And I'm like, you know, as we're doing a difficult boss like this, I'm like just hoping that it doesn't like essentially frame skip like that at a moment where it becomes a problem. I don't think it's long enough that could be the case, but that's basically what I'm thinking. I'm also like, maybe it won't, like, you never know with computers. Maybe when it does a frame skip, like, later it'll be several seconds, and then it's just over, right? And it would be the most annoying way to wipe. Oh, Aerodil already ran out.
Little correction, we have not seen Ultima weapons spawn. We have only seen the Magitech bits spawn.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see. Kat says, in-game thoughts having people with a lot of weapons pass on Coffer. Well, if we let's take a that's actually a difficult, a mildly difficult question, because I can see that there's one person that has 7 weapons, 2 that have 5, 2 that have 4, and well, either actually 4 weapons or enough to get a 4th weapon, and 3 that have 3. But, I don't, like, I'm just saying, Aerodil is one of the people with 3. I'm guessing Aerodil doesn't want a 4th weapon. I'm hoping that's the reason, and Aerodil isn't like, oh, I made a mistake, I don't deserve a weapon, or something like that. I don't think Aerodil is like that. And Aerodil is...
I made a bunch of mistakes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm hoping that isn't the reason, because that's not how this works. Making a mistake has nothing to do with your eligibility to get loot. But it would be perfectly understandable if Aerodil is like, I'm not going to use it. Because Aerodil has, like, the weapons for the jobs they primarily play.
Yeah, I made mistakes, I need a weapon to balance that out.
On a completely different job.
Right. With that said, yeah, the reason why I've, like, on previous weeks, I've also said before we open the chest. If you maybe can't picture yourself wanting, like at some point you'll reach a point where it's like, I have the weapons for the job that I'm going to play, then it might make sense to pass. Like, the reason why I would be, like, I'm pretty sure I passed last week. The reason why I would be rolling is just for a healer weapon. And to be perfectly honest, I can wait 2 weeks for that. I'm good. I can wait. Which technically means that I've been skipping on anything that I could possibly need it 2 weeks in a row. So, yeah. That's why I mention it, is like, there has to be a limit to how many weapons you can imagine yourself needing. Do you have the weapons for the jobs you're gonna play? Then maybe, like, you know, watch it be a ninja weapon that drops. That would be pretty funny. Let's take a look. Scholar. That is one of the weapons that I would want, specifically. Like, that's one of the 2 healers that I was looking for. But I can see here that Shaq also is looking at the Scholar weapon, and Shaq is a healer. So Shaq has first dibs on that.
I'll say I would be interested due to the fact, the discussion we had in the Discord the other night.
Yeah, that you'd also like to play Scholar.
Yeah.
That's a good argument. So Shaq gets the Scholar weapon. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. And then everyone else evaluate whether you can picture any more weapons you want. Choose whether you need or greed even, or pass the coffer. I'm just going to ask before I do anything, because now I've like put up this whole spiel of like, think about everyone else kind of deal. Some people have rolled on the coffer, right?
Yes.
Good. I will pass.
To be honest, it would be really funny if that coffer were
It
to
would
go
be
unused.
insanely funny. Yes, that's what that means, Agony. Basically, it means that it means that this, you can see where it says reward already received, is no longer a thing for this rate tier once that patch comes out. It also means that you will not have to play through in order. You just can jump straight to M4S. We get the Echo to wipes? No. If they say that they're adding Echo to it, there's a key difference between Savage and Extreme, as I recall. That Extreme, when Echo is in effect, they'll give you power on each wipe where the fight goes beyond 3 minutes. Up to a maximum of 25%. On easier content than Extremes, like, you know, hard trials, you get like 10% more per wipe, I believe, if you actually need it, and it goes up to 50%. On Savage, if there is Echo, they'll just give it to you, like, immediately. They'll just give it to you at the door. So if they say that there will be Echo, then you will just have it. If they don't say there will be Echo, then there won't be Echo until they say this. What's your opinion on the timing for them unlocking the tier? I mean, the timing of them unlocking this tier is pretty much as usual. By which I mean, all the previous raid tiers have been like this. I'm pretty sure the one, since Shadowbringers at least, the one where this wasn't the case, I believe the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, the one with Ramu and Ifrit Garuda and Shiva. I believe that one they unlocked early But if memory serves, that was during a very special time on the planet where everything was locked down and things weren't going too great, and like it affected the patch cadence. That might be right, Johnny. I haven't paid too close attention to that. All I remember is that when they add it, it's just there. How's it, Tognus? Hope you're doing well. I would say, Louis, part of the reason for that is that the weapons that get like the flashy things are like, it feels a little bit random which ones that get them and when they get them. But yeah, basically, because E5 to 8 basically gave the impression that it is possible for the raid tier to be unlocked early, some people have, you know, started basically going, where's our early raid tier unlock? You gave it to us once. Whereas every single other raid tier other than that one, it has not unlocked early and the patch has not been late. So, like, A plus B equals C, right? So for me, it's like, I will say two things on the unlocking the raid tier. One, I think the timing of them unlocking it kind of makes sense. When there's 1 month left, there's so little that anyone who's interested in getting into Savage now will be like heavily impeded by like, yeah, you have like 3 lockouts left. So it makes sense to unlock it. The second thing I would say on it is that I could see the benefits of unlocking a bit sooner. The arguments that I've typically given that the weekly lockout somehow like artificially extends the longevity and relevancy of the raid tier. But I feel like by like month 5 or 6 or so, which is like 1 to 2 months ago if memory serves, like any potential longevity provided by the weekly lockout has kinda been spent. So it might be fine then. I would also say that in Shadowbringers, back then, the patch cadence was every 3 months. So if the weekly lockout was removed 2 months before the next raid tier, it would technically still unlock at the same time that in Shadowbringers the next raid tier would have been released. So by some argument you could say that it would be reasonable if the raid tier unlocked 3 months before the next raid tier, because that would mean, just like back in the day, that there would be 5 months of a weekly lockout, and then it would unlock. But technically, that's not the rule that was instated, right? So it's more like just reasoning, but that's not what the devs feel. So there we go. Hey Zelly, hope you're doing well. By the way, I've just noticed now that we have some job adjustments. They're just checking in. Was there anyone else who wanted to tank? I need like actually I don't need. This is basically the equivalent of crickets. I take it that we don't need someone else to tank.
Not specifically, no.
No, I don't care. I was just like, I can switch to something else if someone else wants. Like last week I was healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can swap to anything if someone else is like, I want to tank, but if not, then I can do it. Just checking. Cat is off tanking then, right?
I think so, because they said they were gonna keep an eye on the pets. Let's see, that leaves...
Louis says, just about all of Kai's callouts are food related. Are they all food related? I will say the pizza places one was not my idea.
Dragoon was fun last week. Or week before that.
I think
that means I could
spreads
play
in a
Paladin.
circle is also not food related, for example.
I mean, spread could be interpreted as a food
Yeah, it's
item.
true. I think was it
Certainly
William
becomes a bit
earlier that said
blurry.
spread on a bagel?
Nice.
Nice.
Cream cheese spread?
Here comes the hard part. Pears, nails. Classic French cuisine. Nice, cat. Nails. Yum, yum. Part of a healthy breakfast.
And you need to consume enough iron. But my question to what light party I belong to still stands.
What light party is cat normally?
Yeah, 1.
In that case, I'm guessing that Ham, you're in light party 1.
We can stand left and right just to see. Also, foods.
Now, you also had that joke in the Ready House, Eris. There's no turning back.
Yes, there is. Just turn around.
Just turn around.
There is no turning back.
Light party 1. That's
I love
not good.
flying. I'd like
Light
some.
party 2, that includes the
I'd
tank.
like some death. Give me some death.
Mm-hmm.
Nom nom nom.
Remember the
Ow.
tank stance. Whoops. Let's see if I remember where my taunt is in this confusion. It's fine, I just use Passage of Arms reflexively because that's where my taunt is on my warrior.
Yeah, that's why I have standardized button positions for stuff like that. Ooh,
Because
orbs.
Paladin has too many buttons. I have standardized positions. Paladin has too many buttons.
Twofold is my wrath, twice cast my foes.
No, 34, 33. 30%, that's pretty good.
All creation Creation trembles before my might. Behold, fury given form.
Oh, that's a good one, Spazzy. Tank goes, I'm just gonna solo this stack, and then you don't use any defensive cooldowns. Oh right, I forgot the important part. I think I've done that.
Soloing doesn't imply living.
That's true. But if it's a tank, sometimes they can if they actually kitchen sink.
Also
It's
depends
possible.
on how many players that stack is supposed to take. Like, if it's a 2-person stack, then you can't just solo it.
Or alternatively, the EX1 tank busters. You can share those. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, don't I know
You can
about
also
it?
murder healers.
The which ones?
The circle AoEs.
All of them. You can share all of them.
I mean, yeah, but the tower with the knockback, that doesn't really count in sharing.
Well, it needs to be shared, so that's a bad
Yeah.
comparison.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Voluntarily sharing. Optional.
And obviously you also have to share Mountain Fire in a very particular English language hard way.
Whee!
Well, have the paint.
To ashes with you.
That's a weird looking taunt.
A weird looking what?
Weird looking provoke.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
Why is he immediately using his fight or flight? Because state of shock.
Lightning sear. Steel yourself.
Light party 1.
You're mine.
Light party 2. Remember he sweeps. Get behind.
What kind of food is a sweep?
A leg. Sweep the leg.
Leg. Bruh.
Twofold is my wrath. Twice cast my foes.
Twice cursed my foes.
If he were to curse us twice, we'd be in real trouble.
Me trying to stay away with this small circle AoE that is the tank boss, and I see both Shaq and Milo come closer. No fear.
No fear, just small.
No more games.
Managed to
No
counter.
more games.
Oh, that's convenient.
I love when he does this. Don't you love it when a boss just decides that he's just going to stay on the edge like that?
Oh.
And
That's not
moving it
the
away.
correct corner
That's
yeah.
not good. Nope. That's going to hurt a lot in a bit. Light party 1? I think there's no one left in it. You're going to
just
die.
invuln.
You're going to die.
No, you can't invuln the...
I can't invuln when I'm
Stack.
already grabbed.
Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, that's just bad
That's
planning.
a wipe. I think maybe sweep. This is going to be difficult to, especially when I forget to taunt. Right now, it's a wipe. Now it's a wipe. Sorry.
Seeing the final healer get kicked in the face for like 500k.
Just use your paladin riz. The saddest part about the relic of the past that paladins used to have access to raise through cross-class actions is that it's always quietly forgotten that they didn't have the trait that was required for the conjurer raise that said this can be used in combat. Paladins didn't have that. Meaning that the only thing paladins could do with it was raise someone if they were dead outside of battle.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to carry around your plumes or switch job in Boja.
I guess not.
The important content.
The important content. Ah, yes. But yeah, that was actually a thing with several cross-class actions that you look at and go, oh wow, everyone, like a bunch of jobs just had access to that? That's crazy. And then like there's a trait that the original like owner of the job has that is like, oh yeah, this makes the action usable. And that's what makes it good. Like party 1. He's angry!
Twofold is my wrath, twice cast my foes!
You see, the funny thing there, Ceres, is that that's just another demonstration of how, like, people are so confident that they'll remember everything just fine. Like, that their mind is like a steel cage and nothing will ever change. But I'm not joking. If you just believe it hard enough, you could imagine, assuming you're not like, you don't have like, I think it's called aphantasia, you would be able to imagine in your mind's eye a tooltip that says that raise does 1000 potency worth of damage. even though that never existed. If you just believe it hard enough, you could you could make it look real in your mind. So when people are like, "Oh yeah, I remember that," maybe you don't. Maybe you don't actually. Did you write it down?
The classic Stockholm syndrome.
That too. Also, like the rose-tinted goggles or rose-tinted glasses or whatever you want to call it, that we tend to remember the good things, and Paladin being able to use rays in combat sounds a lot more interesting than they could use rays, but not in combat. It's a lot funnier.
Really? Rose tinted? Not even pink glasses?
Nope.
Shame.
If they were pink, they would probably actually show the truth. Hey Zyph, hope you're doing well.
Fair enough.
But yeah, there is an incredible amount of things where like people remember it wrong because they are pretty sure they know what the truth is, but they never truly checked. So put on the spot, they'll be like, I'm pretty sure it's this, but they'll say it is this. But they really should have like tested it to be certain.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
So that is like that is the most classic thing with people going, yeah, it was like this, is that they'll claim Light Party 1, something that they never checked. That they know exactly what the truth is, even though they never checked. Light Party 2. Remember the sweep? Remember the sweep? Oh boy. Get over here! Strat posted something cursed in the meme channel? Is it twice cursed? Yeah. Amazing timing. Wait a minute. There's a joke here.
Oh, nice.
Human memory is garbage, just look at the Mandela effect. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But people will, like, the funny thing about that is that you'll take that, and then people will go, yeah, that's probably true, but I'm not like that. I'm different. No, you're not. Don't kid yourself. Ow. Light party 1. Oh, that doesn't look very healthy.
Oh no, that's bad.
Oh boy.
That's in the wrong direction.
Light party 2. Sweep, sweep, sweep. My mom says I'm special. My mom, I'm perfect. That's what my mom tells me. Those are amazing, guys.
We'll get another 2 minutes. Yeah, I guess so.
Considering he's at 9%, 2 minutes is 70 seconds away. I don't think so. You get a 1 minute, take it or leave it.
What, the 1 minute?
But I wanted a 2 minute. But me. My mom says I'm special. Zive says, I do a lot of minimum ice level no echo content. I've had a lot of people in A Realm Reborn say insane stuff under the guise of I played this X years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Time.
Let me just check that I have space. I have plenty of space. What's the cap is like 1,000, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
cap is
yep.
1000.
Yeah.
He also tells you how many you have and how
Yeah, I
many you
forgot about
can
that.
hold.
And, like, I checked the store and was like, it doesn't show me how many I can hold.
Like, this fox likes to scam, but not like that.
Not that much.
Blade.
Oh.
Oh, this is horrible.
There was a fox and I missed it by 1.
Ooh,
I didn't
blade
get the
and
box.
present,
I
and we
clicked
have
there.
one chance
The
for
fox was 1 up. Aw, man.
I
Fox is gonna
didn't-
be in the corner.
I did not get a box.
Have the new website for the solver? I don't know if there's a new one, but I have a website for the solver.
And now have to go fox hunting.
Fox in box. Fox in socks.
Yeah, that was horrible. Only blade.
Nox says, well, I can do better. I got a doctor's note that confirms I'm special.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, that is amazing. Thank you, Strat. Let's take a look at that. Look here, guys. It's real. Let me see if I can actually zoom in with my balked mouse wheel.
That's a different
Raise level 12 Conjurer spell. 8-second cast time, 2.5-second GCD, 2.4k MP cost, 30 yalm range, deals unaspected damage with a potency of 1000. Look, it's real.
So what you're saying is I need to unequip my White Mage Jobstone for a damage gain with using Raise.
I actually
No,
come
the
to think of it,
problem is-
I don't think it's a damage gain because Glare does like 340 now, right? And
Additionally, Raise does damage to the target.
oh yeah.
Like, I would understand if it were to deal the
Nowhere
damage
it's saying
around you.
You need to target a party member.
Angel says, my
Almost.
question is, why is Ray stealing 1000 potency? We're talking about the failure of the human memory, and I said, you think you might know something, but your brain is very easily tricked. If you believe it hard enough, assuming you don't have, I think it's called aphantasia. It's like a thing where your brain basically doesn't see anything when it's imagining stuff. Like, it's basically, it means that, like, if we imagine your brain like a computer, it does not have a monitor. Like, it's just blank. There are, like, different grades of it, but, like, the general idea is you see nothing. Like, you can still, like, say, I'm imagining an apple, and you might be able to, like, do that based on what I've heard. Like, you can still, like, work with that, but you're just thinking of, like, the concept of an apple instead of imagining an apple. But if you don't have that, you can think and imagine in your mind's eye a tooltip of Conjurer's Raise spell where it states that it deals unaspected damage with a potency of 1000. You can do that. And if you try it, you will be able to imagine exactly that tooltip, even though it never existed. It'll probably be a little bit easier now when you have this reference point, but that's exactly the reason why when someone says, I played the game 8 years ago, and I know that it was so-and-so, unless they have video proof or like some other kind of proof, show me, right? Show me. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jacob. Also, I hope you're doing well. But yeah, that's the idea, which is the reason why you shouldn't trust just your memory necessarily. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know if I threw that recording out. Let me just check. I think I threw it out. I held on to a clip while I was doing some Summoner recordings like a month or more ago, where I was testing something, and it wasn't until the 1 minute burst that I discovered that I had gone in with 0 spell speed. And you might be wondering how that's possible. Somehow I managed to get 6 astral impulses on my opener with a GCD of 2.5. The only reason why I even trusted that I saw it right was because I watched it back and was like, oh, yeah, indeed. And I checked my gear and everything. But that's not, like, unless I actually showed in the clip, like, moused over a tooltip and showed that I had 0 spell speed, and then demonstrated, it wouldn't it wouldn't hold up in court, right? Yeah, sure, you had 0 spell speed. So it wasn't that helpful footage. And what does it prove? If you have a weird, specific kind of lag spike or something, maybe you can get away with 0 spell speed. Why? What can you use that for? It's possible with 2.5, but usually only with Forbidden Arts. Yeah, that sounds about right. In my case, I'm sure it was just at like a weird kind of lag spike that just happened to make the stars align. Thank you, Jacob. We actually managed to clear... Well, we had one wipe on Brute Bomber and one wipe on Black Cat, but other than that, we got through everything reasonably unscathed. No! Don't shock me! Ow! Light body 1. Light body 2. Twice cursed my foes. The alternative timeline where Byakko is actually Kermie. Twice cursed my foes.
No, my tools.
Your what?
My tools.
Yeah. Well, they'll all be ready when you're done. Wait, what job are you
Yeah,
playing?
but machinist.
Machinist.
Oh.
My air anchor was on a 1 second cooldown when we got down for the counters.
Oh. Well, you should have thought about that, I guess.
Yeah, I should have used it earlier in my opener.
Yep.
Like as the minus first GCD instead of the first one.
Now
We're basically trolling, guys. Look at how unoptimal we are. We don't even have mage damage buff.
oh wow.
Double ranged
Wouldn't
physical? Ugh.
Next you're gonna tell me we could have had double range, double caster.
Oh boy.
So quad ranged.
Oops, all ranged.
So would have needed double paladin as well for that to technically be correct.
And we should have doubled up on jobs, like for less LB generation. Play non-standard, like only one healer.
No more games.
But instead of a second healer, a third tank.
Also something completely different. You have infected me again with Eurobeat guy.
With what?
Eurobeat.
Oh.
I forgot I had good
You're
playlists for that, so
welcome.
now like ah shit, here we go again.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
I shall bring all to bear.
Lightning
Lightning Sear. Light Body 1. Light Party 2. Sweep. Get behind for the sweep. Get behind for the sweep. Hoink. Uh-oh. Blarg!
Twofold is my wrath, twice cast my foes!
Oh boy. The greed! Pew, pew, pew. We don't even get to have games around here.
He's armed again.
He's got an arm! This is an armed robbery. He's just holding his tiger hand at you. This is a stick up. Smash cut to reality. It's just some guy holding like an actual cat. Like holding it like a gun.
Oh, that's scary.
Light Body 1.
How did that person manage
Oh,
to...
that's a little scary.
That's fine.
Light Party 2. Sweep, 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 sweep. He's gonna do the sweep. Everybody do the sweep.
I'm playing way too little machinist recently.
Thank you. He like says it as he's like printing out a pass. You're stronger than I dared hope. It's only a low. It's a high gray pass. You're stronger than I dared hope, which is not very strong.
hope for?
Exactly, you're stronger than I dared hope. I was hoping for anything over a 0, so... Stand in the middle to take all the orbs? Oh no.
I wonder how long could the off-tank take that?
With invuln? At least
Without
10
invuln.
seconds.
Within as long as your info lasts.
Yeah, but without invuln.
We'll find
Until
out
he-
next week.
Until you have like 3 volt stacks, they barely register.
Do I go for the sword or do I try gamble for the fox in case it's there?
Go for the shield.
The shield?
Yeah. Together with the sword, go for sword and shield.
Let's do the gamba. Nope.
On blades.
Womp womp. No blade. And no fox. Fox gamble is mathematically the way. Well, as a mathematician, I'm going to say I'd need to know the probability of there being a fox before I would speak on that. Does anyone know the probability that there is a fox?
Not 100%.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Impressive.
%50 either it's there or it's not. Is that it? Ta-da.
Ooh, I mean, I didn't get a fox, but my retainer got me pure white.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. If I want to.
Oh, and my
want-
other retainer got me jet black. Okay, I don't mind not having a fox.
Bruh.
if I want that, I have
I'm
to.
good.
Yeah. If I want that, I have to win like 3 duels in Boja.
That's true, Agony, but let me put it like this. Sometimes there isn't a fox, like, over 6 times in a row. But that is actually a good point. That, if you go all in on the fox every time, as long as you get a fox, like, every 6th time, you're still, like, up over if you had just gone straight for the sword. There's, of course, the problem that, you know, every other one has to, well, you know, alternating between you need to go for the sword and you don't need to go for the sword. And there's also the part that indeed 15 leaves will not get you very far. It'll take you an eternity to get what you want. But if you get the fox, you get a lot much further. Jacob says, seeing as I've never seen a fox, I can extrapolate my data to say that there is 0% chance to see a fox. I can't remember how many times I did Shiva Unreal when that was the thing. But I think it was like 6 or 8 times. And I never saw a fox. Which was very strange because it meant when we finally picked up Unreal again here, I was like, I've done it before and I had like 100 leaves. Like it felt like I had only gotten swords almost. I'd probably bought something with some of them. Anyways, it's Uwu time. But before we do that, I'll be right back. And I'm sure others will be too. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Milo, what sound clip have you been playing?
I clicked the Manatee Restored one.
Oh.
After you had left.
Oh, I didn't hear it because it was mute. I had that muted.
Mhm.
Or I have it so quiet that it can't be over. It doesn't make sound because I have music playing.
Yeah. I exactly have those soundboard effects at least somewhat on, because we kinda like I want to know if someone is playing something, at the very least. I haven't
Well,
I haven't run into someone spamming them so much that I felt it was necessary to mute them completely.
Well, the fun thing about my sound effects are they aren't under your control. They're my control.
What?
I use a separate program.
Oh. I mean,
no.
Sip, you do know that it's very simple. If you do that too much, what happens is that you get muted instead. Okay, I don't know what kind of superpower you think you have. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just mute the sound effects. Oh, you can't do that
have
because
the
I use it
superpower to
separately.
mute
Okay,
myself.
I'll mute you then.
Yeah, it's my new superpower.
Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. Is SE6, that's the danger bongos, right? Bongos.
I had that written on my wall. It's Bungo Danger Jumps.
Get muted any percent. Yeah, that's true, Agony. Like getting the lucky the fox repeatedly is crazy lucky. That feels way better than getting the sword consistently.
Yeah, I had my monkey, so I'm happy. I don't really need
Monkey.
anything else from Heaven on High.
We'll have a nice amount of time to prog over this week at least. Yeah, we nearly have 2 full lockouts of time.
We can do 10 hours right now.
Maybe you can.
It's only Sunday tomorrow. We got time.
It's only Sunday.
Yeah, it's not like Graham has to visit his parents or anything.
It's not like I have to open up my work.
No, you
in the
close it.
morning. No,
Uh,
not tomorrow.
swap their clothing shift.
We end the streams at a reasonable time, both for the sake of the team, but also for the sake of everyone else. I'm sure there's some people that are like sometimes if a stream goes long enough, people will still be there, even though they should probably have gone to bed, but they might not want to miss out. I feel like it's reasonable to stop the streams at a reasonable time. Both for those that want to watch and those that want to participate. Which is technically the same thing in some ways. But I don't think we're going for 10 hours, Sip.
That's
I
disappointing.
have a feeling if I ever did like a 24-hour stream situation, I would probably also not make it ultimate prog and also not rely on 7 other people to be at it all day for me.
I'm pretty sure last time we spoke about 24 hours, Arya told us she would literally fly to your country and unplug your PC. So I don't think you have an option of doing that regardless either way. You're under threat of Arya.
I mean, if you don't say you're gonna do it beforehand, I
Well,
think
do
it
they?
will take Arya longer to get there than a 24-hour stream.
Parents says, since you like spreadsheets, I just found out about the map function and that you iterate over an array and run a lambda custom function on each array item. Game changer for what I'm working on. That is actually really cool. And also it just gave me like one of those like fly through space into the past, because I can't quite remember, but at some point in university I remember the whole lambda function stuff for something, and I'm like, oh, I remember I hated that. That's what I remember. Like that. Whatever it was, I had trouble making it work. Gazel says, a totally unrelated question, but is there any advice on how to be better at giving out offensive Astrologian cards? Given that Astrologian got reworked a bit, you get 2 cards every 2 minutes. I can't remember, is it like when you're doing the 2-minute burst, you have the ranged card in hand? Or is that it? I believe it is you have the ranged card in hand, you play that, do your stuff, and then you draw another one, which is the melee card. Is it the other way around?
It's the other way.
Right.
Because you start with the melee already drawn and then...
Right. But in that case, like, basically what you do is, as you're approaching the point where you want to play your cards, consider who you're going to play them on. Assuming you're not playing with something like, a DPS meter, your best point of reference is, like, you have a few options. The first one, if you're not sure, is which one of the melee DPS, if there are more than one, have the most HP and does not have a weakness debuff. Like, if one of them has died plenty, then there's no point giving them the card. The same thing applies for the ranged. Like, basically, you give it to the seemingly best contender. Another thing you can do if no one has died is look at enmity. It is very likely, not guaranteed, but very likely that the DPS with the most enmity is doing the most damage. They might not be at the moment where you're playing the cards, but another factor you could look at is if you're seeing someone like being in the middle of their burst, just like misalignment and whatnot in normal content, like casual content, you could give them the card there. Like, if you see that there's a Viper that has just used Reawaken, it's probably not a bad idea to give them the melee card. If you just saw the Pixelmancer put down their grass, you should probably give them the card. Things like that is something you could consider.
Milo, why are you in the mist?
But in regards to playing your cards, in general, it's a good idea to use light speed in that moment. Because, like, you're going to need a bunch of weaves. It's just easier that way.
You should look again, Zip. I don't go to the mists.
I feel like you're a Limsa girl. You're a Limsa dweller.
I think genuinely I haven't been to Limsa in about 4 or 5 months.
That's because
At
your
all.
PlayStation hates it.
No, just because I have no use to go there, so why would I?
Aradil, are you not the wrong job?
Milo is a Limsa goer. Haha.
So now the big question is how long it'll take for Cat to configure to being ninja instead of dragoon.
2 years. So that would be about 720. That would be about 730 days.
That's a long time.
I might be missing a number because it's
The weirdest part is that that's like, that's
75 or
many
something.
times longer than we've already progged. No confidence.
Alright, everyone ready to die?
Why would we die? Why?
Because what
Yeah,
usually
no.
happens is that I can't remember how to pull this right. Let's not kid ourselves. Usually what happens in the first pull is I have forgotten something and it just goes completely
I
sideways.
could just pull now to ruin everything.
I mean, you could. Boink. Boink. That doesn't look quite right. I think we have two things that are weird here.
Yeah, she's not going woke.
That too. Wow! 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 Garuda turns into, is it Owen Wilson?
Oh,
Wow!
I keep forgetting to let Shag do first res.
Hmm.
Not as bad. Ah, walked out.
Oh, no, I can eat my food because I forgot to do it beforehand.
Be freed. Sprint. Right.
Three is New North.
What if I'm a South lover?
Yeah, then you're a healer.
Sad.
I love the way he takes 2 steps and then turns around.
Forwards and back, and then backwards and then forwards. Oh wait.
Forwards
that's
and back, and then
different
forwards and
ultimates.
back, and then go forward and back, and then put 1 foot forward.
But only one.
Dude. I'm gonna go fast south. No, you have fun with that. Oh, I just realized I have an issue.
Stand at B, move once.
Oh, thankfully to move once so I can survive. Or not.
You're safe.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Obviously.
No, I didn't have enough
Eggmaster,
sprint,
cleave, watch out.
so it ended up making issues.
Move to the wall. To the wall, to the wall. From the window. Arno gets the puddle.
Oh dang it. I was not supposed
excuse me?
to taunt at this point. For some reason I thought in time.
I'm going to die.
Thank you for the sacrifice.
I used all of my healing because I was at 1 HP when the phase changed, so I couldn't
He jumped
actually
to
get
C,
back
I
up in
think.
time.
Oh, I was right.
I went the wrong side.
I thought he went to B. Good luck, random juice.
Thanks.
Good practice.
I mean,
Yeah, no, you
I'm
know,
a tank.
I leave.
But our notes say that I go furthest in the front, and I had it So I'm just saying, I nailed it, right? I nailed it.
This is jails, not nails.
Get jailed, nerds, says Louis.
I mean, question. In our notes, it says the Dragoon goes front second priority. Where does the Ninja go? We don't have something for that.
At the same place as the Dragoon. Yeah, gold it. That's correct, Naomi. I jailed it. Not to be confused with nailing it, I guess.
Now, nail sets during Ifrit.
Now look at these ears flop.
That, Ilana says, imagine if I say that I failed 2 out of 2 here on the half shell tonight. That is the big F in mental roulette. That is, like, considering how often I've managed to, like, turn it around, even when someone didn't know what to do. It is impressive to get it wrong, like, to get it twice in a row. The only thing missing is that it's the same tank each time. And the reason why I'm saying tank is because usually it's because the tank isn't budging. Also, hey, Burning Bridges, hope you're doing well.
I have never seen that duty failed.
I have.
Do you want to?
Would you
Yes,
like to?
Please.
Things can be arranged.
Please do it then.
I mean, first I would have to unlock that specific duty.
Yeah, that doesn't take long.
No, but it's tedious, and I don't do guild hasts.
Yeah, you do.
No, they don't
Not-
exist. They
It's
can't
not
hurt
that
me.
tedious. Like, you only
Guild
have to
hests
do...
don't exist. They can't hurt you. The guild hests under the armor.
Technically, I need to do guild tests if I want mental roulette.
That's
But
correct.
I choose not to do it because I don't want guild tests. I don't want
Yeah.
the fake experience. Guild tests don't exist.
I've run out.
Can guild hests be unsynced? No.
Why would you unsync them? You can solo them anyway.
You can't even do them unrestricted at all. That's the reason. So that you could try and solo them without having to rope in 3 unfortunate souls to get you in there.
Yeah, only for it to almost take half a minute to get you into an instant, to reserve an instance.
Yep.
Oh, I completely forgot a lot of stuff.
That's okay.
Really.
Did I just go with assignment we want to use or the one the guides tell?
What? What do you think? We go with the one that we designed.
Yeah, but I forgot which is which.
Oh, yeah, that's I'm dead.
Oh, that's bad.
I
Don't
think
do
you were
that.
gonna say that's a problem, but this is not a problem you had in mind, I think.
That's correct.
You might want
This
to
is
hold it
that
for a
one.
little second.
And this is Wicked Wheel next.
Out, then in.
And now get yourself a puddle.
Ifrit, sprint. Right?
Look at this dog.
Look at this.
My sliding didn't work.
I think
good
the wall
luck.
is
That's
nice.
your explanation. I'm just gonna go wipe it, I think.
Yeah, I think this wall looks nice.
I
Wait
did
a
ask
second,
to hold
what-
off on
oh,
attacking
there's-
so we could res.
Hug
but
the
people
wall.
didn't listen.
Burning Bridges says, I've still never done the 8-person guild test since due to the queue time. I've landed in the 8-person guild test like 3 times through mental roulette. It's really weird when that happens because usually when I see that the duty pop is not 4 players, I'm like, oh, whew, then it's not a guild test. And then it is.
Aw, my drink is gone.
Oh. Where did it go?
Mario Kart, Mario Kart, Mario Kart.
Where did you
Basically
get
that.
I don't.
Did it
think
go in your
Mario
belly?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's the worst when that happens.
It's like, oh, I finished it early.
Yeah. Me when I grab my huge cup of tea, like mug of tea, during stream, and like, oh wait, it's empty now. Nope.
Yeah, I agree with you, Milo. I would love to drink something like that right now, but I can't.
For a while, that was a single target dot on.
Oh well. It was
About
just
one
early
week.
Dotson. Don't worry about it.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
This is-
Yeah, so the benefit
Interesting.
of that
I would
Dota-
prefer not to see a dot on there.
Quick lances. I'm gonna go immediately, just letting you know. All outs.
It's been a while since the plume died too early.
Yeah.
No, that's probably fine.
Well, that's what I was thinking about when I was like, Cat has to recalibrate as a ninja. Because it's not about doing enough damage, it's about doing too much damage. I believe the agreement we made, by the way, Ham, is that I go counterclockwise, I believe? You go clockwise?
For
that right?
what?
Alright, and in that
For
case, I have
for
been taking the
intercepting the
correct
things.
ones.
That is indeed correct. That is why I was there like, what are you talking about? Because you have been doing it right. We lost an elf!
I need a cartridge. I
Lay
need one
down.
more cartridge. Let me get
Lay
one more.
down.
Oh.
No. No cartridge.
You're not allowed.
Ifrit, sprint. Right?
Oh, he's setting us up.
He's what?
He's setting up the Squeenix RNG moment.
Ah, the classic.
It's like
Big
you today, Zeb.
Square Enix RNG.
That's good. It means I have to do less work.
Ooh.
He's
That's gonna be
angry!
two.
Yep.
No, he's just woke.
Aren't you woke?
He awoke now.
He do be awakened. He had morning coffee. A very weird kind of coffee, I suppose, but a coffee nonetheless. Uh-oh. That's what we call not good.
You don't want to run towards me, Graham.
Yeah, I wanted to run somewhere.
Should have run through the boss.
Yeah, there
We
were
got erupted
eruptions
on.
under the
We got erupted on, Lamau.
Oh, I meant to the backside. Like into the center of the
That's
room.
true, Gazel. The 8-man guild test is actually one of the better ones. But it still kinda sucks. Like, as I said in the video about guild tests yesterday, many of the guild tests actually, like, if they had enough HP and damage to actually do what they're trying to do, they would actually be interesting. Like, Long Live the Queen is one of the guild tests that it's like this close to working, because 2 bombs overlapping will kill anything that isn't a tank. So it almost works. Which makes it even sadder that it doesn't quite work. It's also the funny part that there is a tutorial screen that appears when you die in a guild test.
What?
Yep. The first time you die in a guild test, a tutorial window pops up. I can't actually remember quite what it says, but I do believe it says something about like what you do when you die in general. It's just like weird. Like, why at that time? That's a weird position. I got that tutorial in my, I believe it was Astrologian mentor roulette a long time ago at this point. Like, it wasn't Dawntrail, and the way I died was that I got sleeped, and there was no one that could help me. And the the two bombs that spawned next to me, like, you can't interact with them. So I just was like, well, and then I died. There was nothing that could be done. Like, the counterplay was don't let the slimes do it. Which is really easy to say in hindsight, right? Like, just don't get hit, Labao. Thanks. But what do I do now?
Dot on elf.
Dot on elf. Dead on elf.
There's no dot on the elf.
If only it just was a dot on the elf, then it might have been fine. Get the. Whew, that was as close as they get.
I'm not gonna question it.
Nope, it worked. We got it. Nailed it.
Calculated.
Not nailed, plumed.
Plumed. Plumed it. Ifrit, sprint, left. There's a reason why it takes a second for me every time, because exactly to avoid getting Squeenix RNG'd, I look at it every time and have to process it every time. like force myself to say it right. Kaboom!
On 3.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Alright.
Oh. Well.
Run to the wall because every healer's dead.
Everyone that can raise is dead.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Oh, right, corpses still have Searing Wind.
Hey Darth, hope you're doing well. And yet, yeah, exactly, if you die in a guild test, clearly you need to know something about the game. I mean, it would be even funnier if, like, the tutorial pop-up if you died in a guild test was just, like, it doesn't explain to you how, like, dying in Final Fantasy XIV works. It just pops up, like, I'm not even mad, that's amazing. Like, it just, like, blows out confetti and the fanfare. I got really confused fanfare. It's like...
You died.
Honestly, make it a hidden achievement.
Yeah. Died in a kill test.
Died in under the armor.
But yeah, exactly, guys. That's the reason why. Like, the thing that makes Long Live the Queen, which is the one with the bomb queen, by the way, really dangerous in a way, is exactly the things that there are things that can be interrupted, there are things that can be issued at, like all of those things are exactly what makes it interesting, which is why I said what it really is missing is that they should have like leaned a little harder into it. Maybe, you know, have slimes that spawn during the boss fight itself instead of just leading up to the boss fight, because what usually happens is that the boss fight itself doesn't feel nearly as threatening as a result. It is threatening if it is allowed to like go on for a while, because like there's a lot of bombs exploding and 2 of them will kill you. But my suggestion was exactly that. It sucks a bit if the healer is the one that gets sleeped, because it's like if you don't have a bard and the bombs land just wrong, then the healer's just dead. That doesn't feel very fun. Like that's basically like the game just going, you lose, and there's no counterplay anymore. And given the amount of things that may need to be interrupted and stopped, your specific group composition might just not have been capable of preventing it. Which was the reason why my suggestion was that, oh boy, that there should be an alternative way to remove it. But then have more sleeps go out. Just in general, like, make it a little bit more hectic. But then give the players an alternative counterplay. That's my suggestion. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
Be freed. Sprint. Right.
Remember, party on A.
I want to party on C with the tank.
Then you will die.
Good.
Big potato.
Alpha.
Thank you. So does that mean 2?
A and B.
Between A and B. Yeah, I don't know why I thought 2.
I mean, technically it doesn't really matter as long as it's in intercardinal, but it makes the dashes easier.
I feel like it matters a bit because we have 2 ranged that have to really meter it out. So knowing where they need to aim for a little bit in advance would be nice.
We might skip dashes. Yep.
Stay out.
To the wall.
To the wall.
The window.
I don't have reprisal.
Can someone provoke? Thank you.
Ah, close enough.
I could have a silent that, but I didn't think to put it down.
Oh,
To
right.
Yeah,
Delta.
I did not see that jump.
That doesn't look right.
No.
Well, one of them is done. Correctly, at least.
Hmm.
One of the jails was mega killed.
Remember, you want to be left as well for 10
That's
minutes.
true.
Or right of the lands. That doesn't matter, but for a clean
Bow
run.
down to Twitter! Yeah, back to jail, Prog.
Yeah, I wanna look back at why Aerodel died there.
Aerodel died to what?
During the tethers on Garuda at
Yes.
the end there.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I just want to mention, if anyone's going to blame it on Aerodel got hit by a feather rain, no. Aerodel sometimes dies anyway, even though Aerodel did everything right.
Well,
Aerodel still
in a-
sometimes dies.
I think in that case it's probably just lack of mitigation.
Possibly. I'm just saying, sometimes when I die during that, like all that explosions and that shenanigans, that's because I'm genuinely using equilibrium and stuff in between the damage because it hurts so much on my end that sometimes when I don't, it's just dead. Even though I did everything right. So Aerodel, being a DPS who has to take presumably more damage than me in that, makes perfect sense that if they don't get help, they just die.
Yeah,
And
basically
also-
that's
I could see I saw a non-active food buff and the
That is
rest of
also
us
true.
had like 3k health left after the explosions, which is
That
around
is-
the difference Aerodel would have had.
Also a good point. The reason why I'm bringing it up is not because of tonight. I'm saying that we've gotten back to the Aerodel dying to the tether thing multiple times. And that's why I base it on that it's actually not unusual. It's not unusual for Aerodel to just die cause reasons on that mechanic. And I remember we've had that problem in mechanics in the past where it turned out that we've had to solve it by things like, oh, Aerodel happens to be on the exact opposite end of where the healers are, so Aerodel is the only person who doesn't get a barrier for a mechanic or something. So that's the weird reason why Aerodel dies, where Aerodel thought that it was because they were doing something wrong. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up, nah, it might actually not be Aerodel's fault. But missing a food buff seems to
Yeah.
be quite significant here.
That's about 2k-ish health, which,
Yes.
judging by how many the rest had left after the explosion, might have meant a survive. And I don't know if you had the Radiant Aegis shields, but that might help as well for you.
Yeah, that is a good idea. If you have a... Radiant Aegis doesn't have 2 charges in this level range, is that right? In that case, you should probably make sure that you have Radiant Aegis for specifically that mechanic where you have to take the tether. I don't know if you already do that. In the last 30 seconds. That's true, but the sheer amount of random damage that goes out would mean that, I'm pretty sure that Aerodel would be able to use it in advance, but it's very possible that a Radiant Aegis set up in advance wouldn't survive, is what I'm thinking. I don't know. But we'll see. We're just problem solving. Welcome back, Angel.
What angle is he? Is he like a 45 degrees, a 90 degrees?
Ah, no, you see, he's actually specifically an angel is actually an angel. Not to be confused with an angle or a devil.
But I call him angle, so he's like a 90 degrees angle.
Well, he's not trying to be hip with the kid, so he's not he's not in a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, one person could be a 360 degrees angle, because they're a circle. If we pump more damage, we can skip the plumes.
Ifrit, sprint, right.
And the problem is if we want to skip that part, we would need to do a triple cleanse on the barrier.
No fight.
Uh-oh. I do recognize that the nail's out of order, but he's not evoking anyway. I'm pretty sure that means it doesn't matter.
Yeah. We get boring dashes.
It's not necessarily a... Like, it'll be a wipe anyway, Angel, but it'll not be a wipe necessarily until after Titan. Like, we can still learn something. Meh.
Oh dang it, we still get dashes.
To the wall!
To the window.
Oh.
Splat. By the way, this doesn't work on res involved, so...
Correct.
That's fine, I read from Shack before.
Remember, stack behind.
Ugh.
To C, I think.
Left.
Oh no. Yeah, I did not expect to see the very rare setup where I am the behind jail, the free jail.
Well, I can tell you what.
How did that happen?
They're at least in a line.
The Jill that was not like in front. So the middle Jill person died, making a random person Jill, in this case Ham.
No, I
But
was
Ham
not
was-
a random. I was not a random jail. We just simply had the 2 melees, jailed, and me.
Ah,
I've no idea where the second jail went, but
It's gone now.
I didn't manage. I didn't manage to get far enough back.
I at least saw that there were 2 jails on top of each other. So hey, Kara and Cyril, hope you're both doing
there
well.
were 2 in front and 1 all the way back.
Oh, that explains where the 2 jails were.
Yep, I was spooning with Cat.
Caetsu won't be happy.
Huh?
Me and Cat were on top of each other in Jills.
Ooh.
Getting rock hard.
And that's why I wanted to go to the other side of the arena.
Yeah, so you can stay away from it.
Give them some privacy. Oh, right.
Oh.
Ifrit, sprint, left.
B is north.
B?
B.
Sorry, that's a 3. 2.
Yeah, I think it's toe. I'm pretty sure it's toe. Oh man.
I saw yellow and my head went B. And then I got confused.
But this is not a B.
No, but the other yellow marker is a B. I just looked and saw yellow to the place we needed to go. I didn't look at the symbol. And in my head, yellow means B for M4S.
I think there's a B for.
But we're also
B.
not fighting your queen. B, honey, be lovely.
B on Delta, move twice.
I don't know.
Sprint if you have it.
That's a wipe. Like,
was
genuinely,
nowhere
that's straight up a wipe.
I was nowhere near that.
I get you.
Nox says, is Rainbow Drip really a gain on AoE?
But-
Hard casting it? No. That is a thing from before Dawntrail release. There was a weird potency thing and damage drop-off thing that made it so that optimal AoE for Pictomancer appeared to be Rainbow Drip, Holy and White spam. But then they changed the potency. They buffed Rainbow Drip's single target potency and mega nerfed its AoE. So it's like 150 on secondary targets. So I believe it's like using the instant Rainbow Drip from your Starry Muse anyways, like the one you get anyway that is instant cast, that one is worth using on AoE. But otherwise, no. Well, that's weirdly specific, Cat.
Yeah, just look at Cat.
The perfect 19,000 HP.
Yeah. Impressive.
I can fix that by dragging you into the wall.
But does not change my max HP.
It makes it 0 though. So it
A
fixes
perfect
it.
0.
Yeah.
Still
As
perfect.
it should be.
Damage. Ooh, that was close. Ifrit, sprint, right.
between B and A.
Yep. Get to the wall.
There are no dashes in Bossing Say.
I don't have reprisal, so this is gonna hurt.
Go into the bomb, wipe it down.
Good D.
Delta.
Hey!
Yeah, I made a bad decision.
Well... At least
I
he's
ran
awoke
forward
now.
It was
He
still
needs to
on
go to
green.
get pulled to the center.
Doubles.
Oh, right. You're supposed to be tanking now, right?
At least.
Where did he jump?
Go to C.
See,
Yeah,
you
all
say.
wrong.
Never mind. I thought he jumped to A.
I'm just gonna go in the goop.
Basically, if you have Titan, always pull him to the center.
Oh, the reason why I didn't think about it is the reason why I said you're supposed to be tanking now is because the time frame where you're tanking, that's when he's getting pulled to the center. So
Yeah.
you taunt at some point and move him
Yeah,
to the
it's
center. So when you were dead, I was like, I feel like something's missing. So I was just
did an
basically
oopsie.
just like autopiloting, waiting for you to do something. You should have just
Yeah,
said go to the center if I didn't do it, I guess.
I just did an oopsie. I went to the center where there were jails exploding.
I think just to mention it as well, after Jules fall down, the rest of the party is preferably stacked on the left side of the Jules. So the
Yeah,
weight
it
of the
felt like
lands
they would
are
be spread
stacked on
out.
top of each other.
Right. There's also an additional thing. I'm
It
pretty
hasn't
sure.
gotten that clean before, so it hasn't been that much of an issue, but I thought to mention it now.
Also, while we're on the subject, I'm pretty sure that the rule is that as long as the landslides haven't been baited yet, we have to stack and like bait them so they go down the middle. Isn't that it?
Yes.
Because
That's not
generally,
that much of a rule, but it's very helpful.
yes, and like I try to do it too, but I'm just mentioning it because, like, for instance, melee DPS are extremely magnetized to not in front of the boss. So that's something that is a lot more easily forgotten by melee DPS. Or tanks, for that matter. Like, I would be, like, compelled to, like, I need to turn him. And the melees will be like, I need my positionals. Most casters will just stay where it's helpful, but moving back into bait again is helpful for everyone. Did you run to the center? Gotta avoid them whelps. Whelps! That's a 50 DKP minus!
Dude.
Watch the tail! More dots! Throw more dots! That's actually incredibly ridiculous in hindsight, considering
I'm sorry,
that
I no
dots
longer
are...
have a dot.
Considering that it turns out that dots are not super popular with the debuff limit. Throw more dots, why?
Because it looks nice.
Oh. Many whelps! Now handle it! Oh, Nixia wipe animation. Uh-oh.
Ooh, that's a corpse.
Yeah. It appears we have acquired a corpse. Corpse get.
Hey kids, you wanna see a dead body?
No? Did that
Well,
hit through Raisin Ball?
I'm not sure on the timing.
Oh, that was incredibly risky with that race.
I'm sure it's fine.
Well, Aerial Blast does hit through race involved.
You just have to get good. Just get good.
Or forget about it and be lucky.
Oh wow. Yeah, I deserved that. Good
Oh.
luck.
Thanks.
I did an oopsie.
The big ol' oopsie whoopsie.
If we can get him up quickly, we
Resing
can
now,
maybe
resing now.
advance.
Now let's hope I can get a few AoE combos off to generate cartridges.
She's angry. She got her morning cup of coffee. Doink. Ifrit, sprint, left. Ooh.
I can't rest 15 seconds.
I'll res Aratonic because they have res or thingy-majiggy.
Thingy-majiggy.
Two.
Yup. I don't think we're skipping dashes this time.
Yeah, weird that.
Weird. Strange how that works.
Yeah, it's almost as if we were missing something.
Something.
Couldn't tell you what it was.
I don't know, a lot of damage.
Beyond Delta, move twice. Sprint if you have it.
Boom.
Remember the
Thank you,
text
Mr.
about
Cleave.
Oh.
Or more eruptions, alright.
it works.
I had no idea
Wall,
what happens
wall,
after
wall,
the
wall,
attack
wall,
buster.
wall.
I like that he requires you to finish
Careful
the
with the
cast with
puddle.
that. Like he requires you to at least finish his cast eruptions before dying. A bit mean.
Stack behind. Left. Or right. Doesn't really matter.
No.
No.
I think C. Now this is Square Enix RNG.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, dang it.
This is
Where's the... Oh, did we get the funny jail? We got the funny jail.
We got a funny jail somehow again. But now what we also got
Remember to stack left.
For
doesn't
what?
really
For
matter
your
because
death?
yes. All right, everyone, let's die in the best
Let's
way
die
possible.
together,
Let's
you know?
die in sync. We have to land in the same point. Pixel
Yeah, like
perfect
the-
wipe.
The damage spread out like from the center, so if we're stacked on top of each other, we die at the same time. Optimizing wiping.
That's a good point. I hadn't considered that
You know,
they throw more dots is during a time frame where there's not as many debuffs that need to be maintained on a next year. A little bit awkward. Uh-oh.
Thank you for the sacrifice, Mother.
Potato down!
You're welcome. I'm not sure how I managed to do it, but you're welcome.
What did you do?
I have no clue.
Oh, you
Oh.
got hit by switch.
Oh,
stream
you
from Mars.
died.
You freed, sprint, left. Alright, Louis, enjoy your evening.
I'm on Kodo.
Yeah, I know.
So how does this eruption business work?
I
well,
think we might just
basically,
wipe.
It kind of does it like this and that. Well, I guess I'll kill Graham. Oh, every fast
Sarah says that just... Let's see. That says, I knew someone who said they raided with that guy, the Rager in Onyxia wipe animation. I don't remember who they were. Apparently he was always angry. That wasn't a one-off. It was how he normally acted. Ooh. Burning Bridges says, I've never done an ultimate, so gotta ask, how much harder is Uwu than the hardest Savage raid? The hardest Savage raid? That's hard to say. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would say...
Itself.
Yeah, depending on who you ask. Uwu will rank below many Savage encounters, and others will say that ultimates are always the hardest. I would say that Uwu is different than Savage. Like, ultimates are different than Savage in their own way. But I would definitely say for certain that Uwu is harder than M2S. Possibly harder than M3S and M4S. Possibly. But that can also be a subjective thing.
Yeah, I think the first 3 Titans phase is about on par with M2S, I think. Feeling wise. I have no clue how the later stages will feel, but just the first 3 Titan phases feels like M2, maybe M1, but that's more if I'm in the gaming zone.
Tandem says, if I had to give a misleading but also kind of true analysis, ultimates are a long Savage fight at 1.5 times tempo. Yeah, I don't know if that is exactly accurate, but the idea that conjures is accurate. Because the thing that we noticed was that the fights, like the mechanics are like way faster in Ultimate. Like things are just bam, 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 bam. With a lot of variety. And it's a really long fight.
Yeah. Also, the fight actually requires everyone to work.
Fair, there's way less room for errors compared to Savage.
I would also say, Sally, that P12S, right now, I would say that P12S is an unfair comparison, because the reason why people think of that one as so hard can also be because it's more fresh. Like, people will be like, it's way harder than like, that P12S is way harder than M4S, for instance. Like, that's the comparison point you have. But maybe, once P12S has gotten, like, a few years to, like, stop being super recent, people might like, view it differently, one might say. It might also just go down in the history books as even harder, so, like, people completely exaggerate how difficult it is. Like, that also happens with games. But it's a little difficult if you compare something that is more recent. That will usually look like, quote-unquote, better. In fairness, P12S has also been around for at least over a year now. Not 2, considering how long it took before Dawntrail came out.
I think a thing with P12 as well was it's not necessarily the hardest, it's more that it's more annoying.
How about you just get good? That's my argument. If you're good, everything's easy.
That's fair, Sally. The reason why I'm adding that little asterisk to it is exactly that the players that are really good, that might have those strong opinions, might not recognize that it's recency bias. They might not, like, the thing is, you can be extremely good at a game, but not good at articulating your opinion. Like, that's technically also a skill.
The funniest thing to do in this fight is still to dash at the first plume you see.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh.
Receive ad, jump ad.
Ifrit,
You're
sprint,
Drunk.
right.
Domain.
I didn't almost run into the wall.
Good.
Don't do that.
Please do it.
Too late.
Oh, whoops. I was supposed to use shake there.
Oh, I was supposed to use invuln there.
I mean, the shake I can handle being forgotten. The influence, like,
Both tanks
Not a
just
thing you
had the
wanna hear
brain
you think
fart
say.
moment. Oh, right, I was supposed to click something now, right?
I mean, technically you don't need to, because I showed it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's in my rotation.
It's in mine too. It's very handy in case you're dead or forgot.
But I never die.
Except when you do.
I have seen your corpse a few times.
3 should be north.
Well, I'm glad you didn't say 3 times there.
Ah, thank you, Ifrit, for turning around so I can hit the back position.
You're welcome.
Well, in fairness, sometimes he'll just face us while doing the Inferno Hall thing. Like, he'll just
Make sure
decide that
they
he
kill him
doesn't
if
need
I
to
don't
face the healer for
sprint.
it. Wall, 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 wall.
Thank you.
Oh. The dog's
yeah,
dead.
I didn't have sprint, so you guys just saved me.
I don't have reprisal.
Stand in the boucle. You have lived to do in the boucle.
Stand
I
in
have
the
a heart.
Michael Bublé.
I have a heart of light.
Stack
Oh.
behind. 2-1.
Oh, now that's a mix-up.
That's Square Enix, aren't you?
The mix-up.
Oh, no.
That doesn't
No.
look quite right.
Well, at least all of them exploded. You know, silver linings or something. To the center. Once the...
Yeah, I'm waiting for that,
through.
but yeah, that's true, thank you.
Doubles.
No,
no.
not doubles.
He's not awakened.
That
I
didn't
Still
work.
sleeping.
B. Up.
There. Schmack.
Now we got the fun part.
Oh wait, no doubles. Now I get it.
Yeah. No angry. He didn't get coffee.
Oh, does that mean we don't get to do Mario Kart?
I got table flipped.
Yep. Come on,
Out of
everybody,
the-
this is
away
table
from the
flip.
center. The
The
center,
outside,
the
to the
center is a
outside.
death. The center is a death.
Ah,
Splat.
yeah. I was gonna say that's not a lot of room there.
Come on and slam.
Uh,
Ow.
do
I
not
can't-
die.
Yeah, I
Too
can't
late.
You
do
got
that,
it.
see.
See, I didn't die. Now, I already used Equilibrium.
Impressive.
Thanks.
Random bullshit, go.
By the way,
We did it!
get to the center now.
Yeah.
Well, now we can practice
Now we
the
get 30th.
Magitech
Yeah,
bits. Go, Aerodol.
We can get
that's
where's
not-
the
is
melee
that
to
right?
do the melee LB?
Well, we'll see if it's right.
We will need a
Hello.
melee.
I'm resing one now.
Nice.
Alright.
Perfect. Well,
Now,
one step at a time.
Healer LB.
Going.
Oh, that's so nice of the healer LB.
Yeah, very.
We could have just waited for that, if I'm honest.
Kill the bread. Kill the
No, we
bread.
need the
Melee LB, but we don't have one. I guess we have one
No,
now.
that one.
It wouldn't register. Like it couldn't do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it was
It's
still
a relate.
refilling.
Yeah.
So
I
now
don't know why
we
you
die.
generate there.
And now we die.
Yep.
Yeah, but now we have
Get this.
seen the bread. We have killed the bread. We have seen the Ultima.
Ow. Oh, that's unfortunate, Agony.
No, that's just me and
Hey, Suzaku,
Gale,
and
right?
Matthew, and Cryotis. Hope you're doing well. And
Oh, right.
Cragmo. Yeah, behold, Ultima! And technically Prog, yes.
Yeah, where's the voice line?
I believe it does count, because last time I believe we wiped to Magitech bits.
I think it was the Doom. Not sure.
No, I'm pretty sure we didn't, like, we had used LB for something earlier to force Prog.
Yeah.
So it
right.
didn't, and not only that, I'm pretty sure we also didn't have a glow for Aradel, so it was like, we didn't have the LB required.
I think someone stood in Aridel's puddle for that one.
That could also be.
Set to hotbar.
Actually, I think it was me who accidentally
That's
ran into it or something for that one. And also, silly in regards to the thing with people doing old content and such, and on top of the new stuff, it's still difficult to compare because the older content will not be necessarily as difficult as it was on content. So, like, it's really hard to make these comparisons. That's the reason why it is difficult, is because you might be like, no. Like, if we consider how difficult this old boss is relative to how it used to be, it's probably way harder than this current one. But, like, you have to, like, kind of fill in the gaps. And we will never truly be able to compare them on even footing. Which is the reason why I'm like, I think Taldamar's comparison of saying it's like Savage, but really long and 50% faster, like, kind of like that, is like, even though that's kind of vague and maybe not entirely accurate, it's close enough. Hey, Boobomet, hope you're doing well.
Here you go, Graham. You can have your shield. You have to pay for it though.
Thanks.
You what?
Oh, how the...
You have to pay for it? What does it cost?
6 heal per shield, and I've casted
Integrity.
it in every
Zip's
turn.
live.
Well, I have then I have a problem for you to solve, Zip. Me tanking the boss's damage is paid in gil per damage taken, so we're probably
Oh,
just
no.
even on that. So maybe we should
yeah.
just say that it's all fine.
Yeah, I have bad news about that. You see, I pay per healing, and my rates are slightly higher than yours.
You don't know my rates.
Why are you dead?
Also, you should stay alive. Because there's a...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
healing
that you
effect
being
coming
dead
up.
means that we get a refund. I'm pretty
No,
sure that's
I'm
how that
alive.
works. Alright, let's go
Refund
and
on
wipe.
Everyone's live. So how much does friction do if you're just one target? Where's the friction? Give me friction! Oh,
Nope.
dang it. I think
You
the friction
must
got
die.
eaten by someone dying.
Charger.
You know, that's not Christian here. I'll fish for a bit. Ah, sorry, Graham. No crit shot here.
But I thought Fisher can't enter the duty.
I tried
That's
my
why he
best
didn't
as a
get a
fisherman.
crit, because he's not a fisher.
Well, at least we know, like, fishers are worth, like, crafting job.
What?
There's so many things wrong with that statement.
I'm very confused.
Well, to be fair, Fisher is not very good at crafting.
Exactly.
Very good at fishing.
The worst crafting job.
Depends on the person.
It's not a
honestly.
crafting job.
Makes it worse.
It. You know what? War is a really bad crafting job.
Honestly, I would almost say that Warrior is a really bad gatherer.
That.
Unless we're
well, I
talking
mean, it's
about
actually
wolves.
it's better. It's better than a gatherer. Right? It's better at being a gathering job than a crafter is. Because you could be gathering like skins for leather.
I mean,
yeah, right. But for that, you'd want to play Ninja. Ninja is the best DPS combat gatherer.
I would probably
because
say
of
the
Mug?
best combat gatherer
Yeah.
is...
I mean, it's
Because of
slightly
Reaper.
better than all the other jobs, but they're all a lot better than a crafter.
Yeah. But still, optimization or something.
Optimization, bro.
Ooh, that dot hurts.
And he's dead.
Someone dropped the feather rain to the left of the boss.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
No, it does not happen a lot.
It's alright, there's one usually dropped behind the boss.
I
and
can
don't
tell
leave
you,
the
it is the
crafting.
first time that happened. Also, I don't have anything to do with it.
Then why did you know about it?
Don't worry about it.
That's a coincidence. I want a lawyer.
You know, it's a way to throttle our DPS on Garuda.
Ifrit, sprint, left.
Yeah, but it will still affect our DPS on Ifrit.
No, it will affect your DPS on the Ifrit.
Yeah, only yours.
Want me to shoot you?
Please do.
I feel like we forgot something, or maybe not.
Yes,
yeah, we did.
shield.
Yeah, I forgot
And
the shield.
that's why I always stand in the center, because then you survive.
Sorry, someone was
I just
like,
use
something-
inner release.
was
I
distracted by
specifically had
anything,
used Shake It Off a little bit ago because I noticed that we were like a lot of people could maybe use the safety of the shield and some healing, which Shake It Off provides. So I didn't have it. But Sip just said the poll prior that he always does it, so I don't have to use Shake.
Yeah,
He
I
actually
usually go
did.
after
I mean,
Hellfire.
at this point, you should know that Zip is like 50% of the time correct. But yeah, for reference, if you stand in the middle, and preferably towards
I'm
the A side, so you don't
100%
get cleaved,
behind the crit.
then you will still survive the knockback.
Yeah,
You can also just be a
Even without-
warrior.
Even without arm's length or surecast.
Or inner release.
Or
The
inner
only
release.
reason why I didn't die to that was because inner release.
I didn't die either, so it's fine.
Yeah, we should just all play warrior.
Yep,
Was that
that's the
done yet?
solution.
Probably.
This fight with only warriors? I
No,
don't
we
think
need the
that's
melee
possible.
LB for the
A very
specific part.
curious fight to do with full warriors. How do you do all the LBs?
Yeah, that's the only issue. I can
With
think
extreme
of.
difficulty.
No, ultimate difficulty.
People are saying
Alright.
Reaper is ultimate version of botanist.
I mean, it is though. Statistically, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
'Cause
That
my
cat-
chat came out late. Sorry about that.
Well, Garuda's not gonna get woke this time.
Yeah, they will.
No, she will not.
I just ran in. Sorry.
What? I think Sib is getting delirious again.
Has someone
I think
got a
it's
bucket
just
of
getting
water?
worse.
You know,
Got
Zip,
this
that
nice
is
cool lake we
technically a
could
safe
toss them
spot.
in.
Yeah, I do that because too many times have I run towards the center only to get clipped by a melee jumping in. Because they jumped
I'm
in a bit
no
early.
longer jumping in just for information. I'm just walking.
It's safer if I go the opposite direction.
Yeah. You could also just reaction dodge with Feather Rain.
Maybe I do that. I don't have any energy
glowies.
drinks to do that though.
Ifrit, sprint. Right. That was incredible, Naomi. Like exactly up to the wall.
There's no water in for the Leviathan part of this fight. Sorry,
It's-
not.
There's what?
There is no Leviathan part of this fight, so
that's
no
correct.
water to throw Zip into.
Oh, but Nox has a lake.
Leviathan lives in a lake.
I think Leviathan lives in something
very
a little bit
big
bigger than a lake.
It's a very large lake.
But not in Lakeland. Weird that.
There's no lake in Lakeland, which is surprising. You'd think there would be.
There is a very big lake in Lakeland.
Ah, no, that's just the ocean.
You know, you find a certain whale there.
That's just David Attenborough. Oh.
Wall?
Danger.
Damn, you almost died.
I almost stole the glow because I wasn't even looking at it. Not that it matters much.
Where is everyone?
I couldn't tell you.
I wonder where they went.
That's when I can start writing people.
Now this is going to be funny.
Hilarious even. It will be legitimately Lamau.
Oh, I'm a funny
Oh.
jail.
Funny jail
You done two of them correctly.
for the comedians. It's funny jail. How did you end up in funny jail? Did you get landslided?
I did slide a little bit onto land.
Ah, he landslided on you. I'm gonna see what happened there. Just too much damage.
Slightly bigger than the telegraphs.
I can
figured
say-
it out myself.
I can say on my end that when we skip dash, I can't reprisal Titan. So I don't have anything
know.
for him.
So we just make sure we don't skip dash.
No, we can.
No,
skip
the solution
that,
is probably.
I'll
The solution is I don't reprisal the stack marker.
I mean, I don't know about you, Kai, but I can do one GCD and get a Fate off on Titan when he appears.
I can also asylum it.
Are you saying it as if the problem is that my reprisal is too slow?
No, I'm more saying I don't know.
The problem is the
reason as to
reprisal
why you
cooldown.
can't
But
get a
this-
Because
We have a-
reprisal is still on cooldown if we don't skip
there's
dash.
a very, there's a
I-
very
That will
simple
not
solution.
help. Yeah.
Correct.
No, there's a
your,
very
your
simple
option,
solution.
your alternative solution is that I don't use reprisal on the second Ifrit raid wide.
No, there's another solution. I could simply, instead of using Reprisal for the very irrelevant stack marker, I could use it for the Titan.
If you do that, then I have to request heals, because I don't know if you saw, but I nearly died from just natural slow damage on Ifrit there at the end, and if you didn't reprisal that stack marker, I probably would have died.
Oh, then I'll just go back to Aurora at that point. I switched Aurora to the start of Titan because of a certain tank buster, but I'll just let the healers deal with that then.
It's really difficult. It's just a bunch of things. Hey, Witchnado, hope you're doing well.
Thing is, if I'm second wind, I'm well out of range for getting any of you guys on the stack.
I think I should be able to get Earth's Reply on during the stack. I've been saving it for
Milo
the
is
Titan
using...
Crushdown, but I could use it earlier.
Yeah, the reason why I was like, that's weird, is because to me it looked like... Well, rather, I was suggesting the possibility of, but I don't know if that is actually true, that that maybe we had heals in the bank that wasn't used. I didn't have anything. Like, as I said, I used Shake on the stack mark, and I used Reprisal on the prior raid wide, so I don't have anything. So all I can do is go, well, I can't even Nascent Flash to help someone because I don't have it. And it's really easy for the tank to say, I feel like we're not getting enough heals. Like, that's always incredibly easy to say. Which is the reason why I'm trying to preempt it by saying I don't know if the healers had anything they could do, but I certainly didn't have anything I could do. And the only thing I can do is move other cooldowns around. What did you forget, Ham?
No, I still want to shoot Milo, so I just did that.
Oh. But that's also true, Shaq. The main thing that I'm worrying about is just surviving the raid wide going into Titan. Because that seems to be one of our problems. And just between the two healers, I am like 99% certain that if Shaq had something up their sleeve, they would have tried. But Sip sometimes just gets caught up in this in the broil. And then we could have had Soccer, but we didn't. Which is the reason why I mentioned that could have been a possibility, because sometimes Sip does that. My good friend Sip. JK says, Kai, I believe you had equilibrium up at that moment, if that helps. When I was dying on Ifrit? That's possible. It is quite scary. Equilibrium wouldn't help on the Titan thing. But part of the reason why I'm bogarting all the defensives leading into Titan is because just to survive the double tank buster from Titan, I need Rampart, Vengeance, and preferably also Raw Intuition. And unless someone else mega heals me right after the fact, I also need Equilibrium. And if I use Equilibrium, like, the times I have used Equilibrium, I've usually, like, for something on Ifrit, I've usually died to Titan right afterwards. So that's the reason why I'm like, I was dying. While I had something. It's because I'm like, I need everything. Because I have to take a Giga Tank buster in less than a minute.
20-second cooldown still.
Huh?
Your equilibrium was on a 20-second still.
Oh, well, there you go.
Was probably Thrill of Battle they saw.
I think we still have two or three pulls in this instance.
Yeah, something like that.
More like 3 or 4. I can't read.
Let's see how quickly we wipe before we determine that.
Oh, we
Jumps
have
into the wall.
like 2 more clears on this timer.
Clears?
Yeah, it's like a 15-16 minute fight or something like that, so...
How long
we're
are,
good.
are our pulls on average? Or rather, how
Like
long are
6,
our
7.
longest pulls?
I'll say we're inching towards 6 minutes, right?
Also, I hope you're
I have
doing
a
well,
hard time to
JK.
track that because I specifically hold cooldowns that I usually use to track time.
Yeah, like a pot.
No, the 2 minutes and the 1 minute. I haven't been using bots this week because I saw we didn't need it to get close to skipping dashes.
I think we're going to have trouble with the soaking of the tethers.
Let's see.
Does
Nah,
the
just
person soaking
let her
need to
heal
have a friction?
Yes.
Otherwise the person will die just...
Yeah, then
I don't
Aerodil
know,
can't,
have-
and then Aerodil won't be
Yeah.
able to do it.
Then
Well,
give a
because
heal.
What we can do is Naomi and Erdel switch the tether baits.
Yeah. The final the later tether baits are all in
I've thought.
a very late phase, so... I don't think we need all of the debuffs yet. Oh, that's a very healthy Garuda for this part.
Yeah. Be freed. Sprint. Right.
Should be 2.
Yep. Looks right to me. Wall?
To the wall.
No?
No.
Oh, no. Delta, move twice. Sprint if you have it. That's unfortunate.
I don't know why I assumed it was over,
Wall.
but now
To the
it's
to the
wall. Oh.
Stack behind.
See?
C.
E3.
We have a what was it we called it?
The funny jail or the Narnia jail.
The funny jail. Womp womp.
Boom.
Boom. Shaboom. But it's fine. It's quite wild we got to that point. Despite everything. Alia, hope you're doing well. We're still working on the jail prog. And also just, you know, getting more consistent on everything leading up to that. Uh-oh. At least everyone's alive so that we got it fixed. Damage. Just had the dumbest idea. What if Garuda said now spring when it wasn't fall, but it was spring? Ifrit, sprint, right? She goes now spring or now winter. Man, that is bad.
I've heard worse.
Now summer.
This is not good.
Why not?
Back
Oh,
nails
We
and
had
reverse
inverted
slider.
back nails.
Oh. Oh, just have to skip dash.
Yes. Does that mean we do the reverse of a normal nail thing?
Thinking. Should be still the first safe spots.
We start out on...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
This does not.
How?
This does not bring joy.
Well,
We don't have to think about it anymore.
That is an excellent point. And that was an excellent limit break.
2.5 well zip being in Narnia, so it didn't
You
even
tried. What happened first, Sally, is that the 2 backline nails got killed in the wrong order, so we started thinking ahead. Then, I'm not sure why we ended up with eruptions on someone in melee range, but we did. And then people died.
From what I could see, when eruption started, Shaq was further away than Erdel, and then Shaq ran into melee with us.
Hmm.
How are we dealing with the boss though? I don't know. How is that furthest away?
Because eruptions, who's baiting them gets determined when the cast goes off, not when the eruptions show up. Or Zip. Anyway, I saw a green name further away than Erdel.
It was
and
me.
they're
I was.
both
Zip,
malas.
Zip had the win, so.
Yeah, it didn't really matter that much to me who was to blame, Sally. It was just that's what happened. But yeah, strange that it went on Shaq. That is also really
yeah.
mean. You have the searing winds, and then he's just like, well, now you're also too far away. Too bad. Like, you made me do this. Why?
Yeah, honestly, that was understandable, Arnold. Don't worry about it. My brain
I know,
was also
Sally,
getting
that-
fried thinking about how to do nails and dashes.
Hmm. I know, Sally. It was also just more to say the reason why I didn't even mention is because, I mean, what mattered is that why things went wrong. Or rather, that things went wrong, and what went wrong. Not so much who, I guess. Kaboom. Finger pointing can be helpful, but rarely is. Yeah, exactly. It can be helpful if you know exactly what the problem is, and it seems like the person who is the problem doesn't know. But aside from that, you know, if they know, then it's just mean. Then it's just mean. It doesn't help anyone. It makes you, maybe it makes you feel better to like trounce the person who made a mistake, but certainly doesn't make them feel better. In fact, they might play worse because you made them feel bad. Now their mind is focused on that instead. Charger. Whoa. Ifrit. Sprint. Left. Uh-oh. We have roasted bunny.
Sounds tasty.
Between alpha and beta.
Hey, Ninetails. Hope you're doing well.
Picking up in here.
Wall. 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 I don't have reprisal.
You're not supposed to.
Alright.
Stack behind. Go to Delta. Okay, as sword. He
Probably
jumped
just
to
a
the-
wipe.
So Cat and I saw it correctly.
Yeah, I thought so. I felt it was also not Delta, but I thought maybe I was saying it wrong. I mean, that can also be true, Nox. If someone just keeps making the same mistake over and over and over again and no one says a thing, then eventually the way it comes up is that, like, then eventually people will, like, really get annoyed by it, and that's when it comes up. And that's indeed also true, Saros. That's also the reason why when we bring up, like, someone's specific person's mistake, then it's usually brought up with, and how do we fix it?
Also usually prefaced by the person itself asking, what did I do wrong?
Yeah. JK says, could you involve the Titan Buster? Yeah, yes. You
Not
can.
consistently.
Technically,
No. I can. But the reason why we don't plan for that is if we don't skip the Ifrit dash, then I will not have it. Because I'll need it for the potential tank buster from Ifrit. So we don't really plan around that. But yes, I would. Usually I believe the plan is that I do it on the second time. Like the second time I have to take the Titan Tank Buster, which comes a lot later.
In case you have to take a second one.
Yes.
So I was a little late with my cleanse there.
Charger. Ifrit. Sprint. Right. Uh-oh. Almost.
C and Delta.
I'm for some dogs doing race cars.
Stay here, move once. To the wall. Party stack behind.
To be.
Bye, Milo.
Uh-oh.
I thought there would be a safe spot on the left side. It's like, no.
Now that's really close with the final jail.
Ah. Yeah.
Boom. I need to remember that you can't dodge the landslides to the center.
See, Sally says, I remember during my group's M4S Prog, right before our winning poll, I told everyone to stop greeting. Even though I knew I was talking to one person in particular. I've done that too. But, usually if I address it like that, it's more than one person. But it is a more, indirect way of, you know, saying, fix that thing. But most of the time, you know, if it's something where it's like, stop doing X, then it has to be rather specific for it to make any sense that it isn't followed with, how do we fix that? Because if it's like someone doing something stupid deliberately, it's weird, right? Nox says, I'm not saying it's wrong, but at least in WoW, the problem with always addressing everyone is that it removes some people's feeling of responsibility. Quite more common in the larger group there, of course. And yeah, exactly. It is very possible in a group of 20, maybe even 40 people, depending on like which version you're playing, that saying y'all need to stop greeting as much means that the person that you're actually addressing, maybe you're probably addressing a few people, but at least one among them goes either option A, they're probably not talking about me because I'm amazing. Obviously they're not talking about me. Could never be talking about me because I'm amazing at this. And they just ignore it. Or option B, well, it doesn't matter if one person is doing it, right? No one's gonna notice that one person is still doing insert problematic thing here. I can probably get away with it. The problem is that all of the problem players individually think that if all the other people stop doing this thing, then it'll be fine. It actually reminds me of, I can't remember which boss, what that boss was named, but in Tomb of Zagreus in Legion, there was this boss where the way people resolved it was like a big ribcage, I believe. It might not have been Tomb, but I think it was. Where people resolved it by triple tanking it. As in you had 2 tanks dealing with like some things, and you had a 3rd tank doing something else. And the thing the 3rd tank did was that the way the fight worked was in broad strokes that when you killed like the raid had to be split up in 2 equal parts, approximately. And when you killed mobs in one space, they would get sent to the other space. But in the other space, they had a different toolkit, you could say. So some mobs were particularly scary in one of the spaces and not very threatening in the other. And there were these really tanky guys that didn't really do anything in, I believe, the quote-unquote living realm. But if they got over to the ghost realm, they could be pretty problematic. So the way a lot of groups dealt with it was that they just had a 3rd tank grab those guys and just tank them in Narnia. And if you had like a Death Knight do that, if they were smart and careful, the Death Knight could use whatever self-healing they had and just carefully meter out, so none of the adds died, while still being mostly self-sufficient on the healing. I was that Death Knight, and at some point we ran into problems, because these adds were going way too low in HP, so I couldn't stay alive. I had to stop attacking them, beyond stopping my auto attack and stuff like that. We were like, what's happening? Why are these dying? And then I was like, reviewing the situation, was like, why is it that there's a permanent corruption on all of the mobs? Like, why is it all of them have corruption on them? Corruption, for those that haven't played the game, is warlocks, specifically affliction warlocks, which are like dot DPS, had a talent at that time that was called absolute corruption, which made it so that one of their dots, corruption, basically just was infinite duration. You put it on something in PvE, and it just permanently had it until it died. Or until it got removed somewhere. Yes, like Mortal Cringe. And corruption generated resources for the affliction warlock, so if they could like put corruption on a bunch of enemies, then it would be able to do more damage to their primary target. Now, the thing is, corruption did good damage. It had more than one reason to be used. So, just putting it on things that are not meant to die will cause problems. However, when the raid leader said, do not attack these adds, leave them alone, the Death Knight will be fighting them. No one else touch them. The Affliction Warlock thought, is for me? And put corruption on them anyway, with the argument that it gave them a lot of DPS on their primary target. And had to be explained like 2 more times that they have to leave them alone. before it actually said got in on the got the light bulb moment of, oh, then we wipe if I fight them if I kill them. Weird. So yeah, it's very much a thing that some people require being told directly. Now I have to quickly be right back. Sorry that I took so long. That everyone else manages to get back in time. In the meantime, sanity restored.
A cold pasta goes amazing when you're hungry.
You are lonely.
I'm not Zip.
What do you want about?
You didn't need to use a sound effect to make me talk to myself for Shaq to make Shaq think I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure he already thinks that.
Alright, I'm back.
Hi, back.
Hello.
Wait a second, that's a wrong thing to accept. I want to accept the ready. What?
Huh? What's
I
up?
accepted a ready check without noticing.
Ah.
Next thing you're gonna tell me you're not actually ready. That you need
No, I
like
am ready.
fools or pots or maybe a repair. Oh wait, repair.
No. Sarah's-
60%.
See, Sarah says some people need to be directly addressed to see they're doing something wrong. Whispers might help to not ruffle too many feathers. At least that was helpful with certain personalities in my WoW days. Yeah, the awkward thing there is that sometimes if you just keep it in the private there, they'll just tell you to STFU and mind your own business if they don't think they're in the wrong. But with the right, like the thing is, the kind of player who can accept being told publicly, they will probably also receive a private notice more nicely. So it's a little difficult. Is for me? No. But free damage? No. That's actually the funniest part, is that part of what got us on the case of that warlock was that they were at the top of damage. Because, like, the corruption damage on the mobs they were not supposed to attack, like, added a ludicrous amount of DPS to, like, the DPS meter itself. Like, I don't know if they expected to be able to hide it, quote-unquote. I don't know if I'm the only one, I don't know, content creator that says that, but I've always called it Narnia like that. And I have heard people attribute it to me specifically, that they say Narnia because I do. And I think that's hilarious. And it is incredibly effective, right? I almost made a poll timer.
What you're saying, Narnia strat is actually Kai strat.
I don't know how many call it Narnia Dragon in general, but exactly. I call it Narnia Dragon. Dart says it's not like debuffs are hidden in WoW. How would they think they could hide it? Buffs used to be hidden in vanilla, but yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is that I don't know if they were expecting to hide it, but they certainly were surprised when they were told that they were not allowed to do that. Featherless bird. I'm a smold wagon. Food check. Repair check. Now fall. Well, there you go, Suzaku. There you go. That conversation that was happening in party chat made me think for a moment that Milo said that he was eating frozen bread and couldn't be bothered to heat it up. Like, what?
Close.
Yeah, it's very crunchy.
A couple of days ago that I took out the freezer so it was not frozen anymore. But I just didn't put it in the microwave because I was too hungry. It's like, like,
Oh dang.
Double kill. Uh-oh.
That's a very centralized barrier.
Maybe we should just wipe. I vote for wipe.
now I get why they say food conversations are banned during raids.
Specifically food conversations?
Yeah, it's a nest thing from a
Oh.
content creator.
Right.
Like, now I get it. It's like, why does food distract you that this much? I can see now.
Alright. Now I also have my tank stance on.
Ah,
Why was it off?
fantastic. Because you got synced down.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I had the
my
same
fault.
feeling of, oh, my tank stance. But I actually caught it before I pulled.
Yeah, I caught it after I died.
That was new. The feathers dying before the
Defeat.
explosion.
Sprint. Left. Uh-oh.
I was trying to heal at the same time.
Ah.
Should be 2.
Hmm?
Wall.
Wall.
To the wall. Party stack behind.
Could be.
Delta.
Let's go to 2.
Uh-oh.
Well, I tried.
Oh, I think that could have worked, but the jail that is like there is way too far to the side. But what happened is that Zip had one of the markers and then he died. And if anyone who's getting marked dies, then he'll just jail a random person. So like I ran up front hoping that, I don't know, that maybe it would work out anyway. Recognizing in hindsight that to help with that, I had to stand where Zip needed to be. Congratulations, Rillian. Nox says the real question is Kai smart so he wears glasses, or did he become smart by needing glasses? That is a good question. I started studying math at university and then I got glasses. So you can put that as you will. Nay, Rillian, doing something that was challenging is commendable. Doesn't have to be the hardest thing to be worth recognition. Football! The E6S. That is E6S indeed.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. That is what we call not good. Hey Brontom, hope you're doing well. We're still working on the jails. But we have seen Ultima Weapon spawn.
We have been killed by Ultima Weapon.
A new kind of prog. We've been killed by the actual namesake of this duty. Ain't that something? In. Be freed. Sprint. Left.
Dancer cheating.
Three.
Yep. Wall?
Well,
Are you serious, Titan?
About what?
Naomi died because they were like 1 foot ahead of us. Just one, like an actual foot ahead of us.
party behind.
Up. I even parried that and I still died.
Can you get
no.
that guy up?
To
C
D
or
or C
D?
or something like that.
I would like to say.
Dang it.
I didn't quite make it to where I wanted to be. I should have sprinted. But we'll never know if it was actually good enough.
I think your position could have been good enough.
Yeah, I feel like it should have been slightly further to the right.
Yeah, the safe spot was on the left, so that would have been fine, I think.
Suzaku says, man, every time I hear them say wall, I think they're going to commit Sudoku on the wall. I mean, we usually get a little bit more elaborate when we mean to wipe it. But I could see how if you need to forcibly wipe it enough times that you'll just have someone go, wall. Ugh. Big owie. What? Huh?
Someone did have 3 stacks, didn't they?
Kaboom! What? Did someone have 3 stacks? Erdl missed the tether.
No.
Oh.
That's
Oh, yeah, that would also
Ah.
explain why Aradil still has a stack.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Oh yeah, follow up.
Now we know why we do this. Yep. Everyone just immediately dead.
Yep.
Must have been the wind. Yeah, genuinely, yeah. Most of the things that kill you in this fight is the wind, if you really think about it. Shoo.
Not good. Alright, still worked.
Wall is friend. Wall is supportive through in life and death. Wall will support you in accomplishing your dreams, assuming that your dreams involve dying. Then they will support you the entire way, guaranteed. Because Wall is just a bro like that.
Wall is never gonna give you up.
Yeah, assuming that the thing that you need is dying. Then Wall has got you covered. Always.
I have dot on me, by the way.
Also no.
What? Oh. No, that was the incorrect button. Let's hope Provoke is up when Ifrit spawns.
Definitely.
Still incorrect button. The plumes are dead.
Yeah, well...
Can you try to delay the Wicked Wheel a bit? Like
What?
20 seconds?
How would I delay it?
I don't know. Just be creative.
Garuda, can you not do that? Garuda said no. Ow.
No.
She also punched me. With her wing. For 50,000 damage. Wall will never let you down except Extreme 2. Aww. Wall to wall friendship. Nice, Ardell. Hey, Pencils. Hope you're doing well. We're still progging on the jails, but at least we got our reclears done quick. Naomi says that's that EX2 is not a wall, that's a puddle.
Behind the puddle there is a wall.
The puddle behind the slaughter. The purple goop. Not to be confused with purple guy. It's a classic, Nox. All prog is always prog on the thing you didn't expect to prog. That's just how the world works.
Except for whatever reason you are planning to proc the first mechanic.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise twist there. Oh man!
That was close.
Whoo!
Got that.
Shack is dotted up. Shack is dotted up. Ta-da! Ifrit, sprint, right? Oh, right. Oops. And that's the Gigabrain time when we're two people supposed to put up a barrier. Then, as long as only one of us forgets it, it's good enough, right? No! Come on, Ifrit, please! Come!
Psst, 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 psst.
Hey!
It's a dog, not a cat.
Considering how he chooses to go his own way so much, he might as well be a cat.
Alpha, beta.
A weird looking dog. Yes, he is. You know, it's even weirder. The fact that, what is it? Well, Garuda is a chicken and Titan is a chicken nugget, right? That's what we agreed on, right? That's how it works. So the three primals is the... For some reason there's a dog involved, but otherwise it's the process of making a chicken nugget. You have a chicken, then you burn it, and then you have a chicken nugget.
Alpha, move once.
Wall. Wall. It's probably fine. But I just realized the wrong person got the glowy.
Oh, double healer will be interesting.
Oh man! It's the Giga Brain time. We'll just heal LB through the Magitech bits exploding.
To D, B.
Beep, 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 beep,
2B.
beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep.
You look forward.
Ow. Right.
Ah,
I was supposed to not stand there.
Yeah, I was supposed to move out of a puddle.
I think he's like an inch too far away.
Yeah. I might still get one stack.
What?
Ah, didn't even get one stack after moving slight bit.
Nope. He say no.
Whee! Hi, cat. Do you come here often?
Hey.
I require healing.
Heroes in a jail. Please stand by.
I am going to get tank busted in the near future.
We do not require sustenance, but healing. Maybe a bit of that. The healer's also dying, so you know.
After this table flip, get
I
to
call
the
that a net
wall.
success. I call that a net successful. At least you managed to survive long enough.
Yeah.
I think there's a pixel of safety here. Yep. yep. I'm good. I don't know why I use equilibrium there. I should have just invulned and waited. I imagine we'll see Hardened
We're going to
Rage.
see Hardened Rage.
Ha! I said it first.
Yep.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
I'm planning to tank LB that.
It would be funny if that worked.
Oh, if this were an Endwalker encounter, it would be really easy to get Titan into the puddle. You could
But-
basically stack all of the jails in this, like, right in the back of the room and he would get hit.
Just stack
I was
Jules
like,
in the
what
center.
do you mean about Endwalker? But now I realize if we only had an
Endwalker
Endwalker
hitbox.
hitbox, yeah. What the dog doing? Yeah, we can still say that when he does the charge. What the dog doing? It's the food check. It's the food check. The food check is coming to town. Hey, Sip.
Fine.
Guess what?
Final. It's the final foods.
The final food. It's the final food. Down. Thou must
Right, left,
remember
right,
to
left,
chew.
A, B.
Chew it.
going to be weird.
Is it? Oh.
Yes, I pressed the wrong GCD, so now my rotation is
Weird.
yes.
Oh. Well. F's in
I
the
think
chat for Ham's rotation, I guess.
No, it's not my problem. You are probably going to miss a 200 potency shield at one point.
Oh
Ah no, I can realign it. It's realigned.
Oh. Oh.
And I messed up immediately afterwards, so it's
Oh.
blocked again.
Oh. Oh.
You know how this isn't an opener.
Might as well be.
Got me has dot.
Oh, I completely forgot that the Ifrit spawn completely resets my rotation, so everything is fine.
Yeah. There is something funny about you just going, oh no, I ruined my rotation, it'll hurt you! Wait a minute, I've already fixed it. Ifrit, sprint, left. Oh no! And that silly is the
Honestly,
reason
it was,
why.
It was gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, that is why. Right, Suzaku, enjoy your evening. I mean, in fairness, Sally never suggested unabang the wall, but that is absolutely the reason why some players would be a little queasy about dashing towards death.
This is why I don't use ethereal shift.
Yeah, just imagine you using one of the long dashes instead of Anavan for that.
Yeah, unabang is one of the nicer ones, actually. Friendlier ones.
Well, it's really short.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, short doesn't mean nice. Have you looked at Lala's?
Yes, your point.
Haha. Take that.
Bribery.
Free, by the way.
Yep. I don't know where you're going with this. Small Kai is a Lala. Milo's a Lala.
Your point?
I'm very nice. Just maybe not to you all the time.
Wait, did I just get rescued for like...
An inch? I
A
think so. I
centimeter?
heard this. I heard the sound of a rescue.
The rescue to my Syrian wind if you want.
Please don't. Although I will say that is quite a brutal, like, killing move. Just rescue.
Beta twice. Sprint.
Run...
Like a real execution move. To use rescue, like rescue, take a step forward and then just knock back the tank into the wall. Wall. Speaking of which, get to the wall. All the way up in there. Ugh.
You know, while waiting for
Stack
Ifrit
behind.
to, for Titan to drop down, you could just go to a point of the wall where you will not run past the puddle.
That is a good point.
Alpha?
Yes.
Huh? What? Why Elf dead?
I'm dead.
Why Tato dead? What's going
I
on?
went into the wall.
Oh.
but the jails look good. Those are some real nice looking jails.
Yup.
Remember double landslide.
He's waking up. I realized that I was in the wrong position. Sorry. I'm pretty sure I killed Zip with that.
Now just get embraced. To free? Or to B?
I don't know. Tank privilege?
Yeah.
Too much death.
It's also really annoying when the one living healer gets jailed.
Hmm.
There were 2 healers alive, I think.
Yeah, the other one just got raised.
The other one was a little dry.
I didn't say they were fit. They were alive.
A dry tater.
Overcooked. Spent too much time in the
An
oven.
overcooked mashed tater. The barrier! Chloe. Retreat. Sprint. Left.
Oh, that was close.
close? Yeah, that was close.
We nearly had inverted back nails.
Oh. Sounds like a terrible thing to have a doctor tell you. You're suffering from inverted back nails.
Oh dang it. No, I just aurora'd myself. It's
Oh.
fine, right?
Yeah. Stay here, move twice, sprint.
Move. Yeah. Ba-doo. Is that Shack Corp still? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is still exploding. To the wall.
Oh, that's a very centralized puddle.
There's no feint on this.
To A.
Alpha.
Is that what? It works.
Fantastic. Oh, yeah, nice. This is
On the
kind of the
left
problem,
side.
right?
Remember, the landslides are 2, and also these are still just 2. Now this is doubled.
Beta.
That was fast. Remember, it's doubled.
Very.
Melee snort, caster, range set.
Not yet. After this, I'm going to get table flipped. And I'd
Yep.
prefer to be alone for that.
But I like tables.
Here it comes.
You know, that's a tank swap strategy. I can respect
I
that.
mean,
Uh,
Alright, melee puddle? Melee
um,
puddle?
any
Oh,
melee
Cat,
go
take puddle.
after this?
Cat, you take puddle.
Oh no. Oh, that should still hit? Let's hope.
It looks a little wonky, but it's correct. Melee LB.
Hit the bread.
Get Mr. Yap, quickly! Now is the time. Hello?
Okay.
That is really close. Yeah, no.
Basically, LB off cooldown after the caster LB.
Yeah,
I think Cat just forgot.
possibly.
Where they pressed it when it wasn't ready yet.
It's really weird that it gets like it takes
I
a while
found it
to
as
reload.
well. The one time I was like, I pressed it for like 4 seconds in my mind, and it still didn't go off.
Hmm.
I think the problem is that it takes the weird delay after the LB where the LB bar still flashes, and then it has an animation where it refills, and then you can only LB, and that's like 10 seconds.
Matthews as an AC limit break 1 macro can help with positioning. Ah. Hmm. I'm not trying to be dismissive, I'm more like, I have no idea how that helps, and I'm a tank.
A positioning tank limit break is always very important. How long is the range? How
Big?
is the range you give the buff in?
Big.
Like 30?
Honestly, I would guess Alliance Raid Arena 5.
If it's just 30, then I don't know if that like is actually quite enough for Alliance Raid, but it would be close. But yeah, aside, like we have seen Ultimate Weapon has wiped us because we're missing a limit break, Helnas. But we are still working on getting the jails just right. So when you said what's the prog point, that was like pretty much exactly what the prog point was. Or is, I guess. Kind of depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, there's a reason why I stopped hitting Garuda. And instead jump
I
the plume.
survive by hitting Garuda sometimes with my Storm's Path.
Yeah, I don't, so I jump a plume.
Ifrit, sprint, right? Wouldn't that be great if I could just be attacking a plume instead?
You could try to kill like 2 DPS, then you might get a plume.
No, the problem is mainly that I would love to just AoE, but if the boss itself is like a breeze away from dying, then I don't feel safe using any AoE. And I can't get as close to the feathers as everyone else because I have to make sure she's facing away.
Yeah, if you were to get a plume of your own, you could just single target that.
Yeah, I'm trying to AoE. You know how much healing I need to survive those explosions? I'm kind of mostly kidding, but
C and Delta.
what do we say for C?
Should be Charlie, but C is easier in my head.
Yeah. It's all the same to me. I just thought it was really funny.
It's more that B and D sounds really similar, so those I make a conscious effort to take apart.
Ow. Wall, wall, wall.
Party behind.
B, go to B.
Out.
Uh-oh. You know what? Fair, I wasn't supposed to live that.
Good job on the Jilhan.
Brain fried.
Double.
Huh?
Double? He's awakened?
Yeah, but I'm more confused. I walked into a line and still got pushed away.
Hmm.
As long as both healers are alive, I'm happy.
Double? Double. Splat.
Should be Tank Buster and then North and South split.
Yeah, immediately after he flips me to death again.
Ranged stack
You know,
side.
it was a funny joke the first few times.
Are you saying it isn't funny anymore?
It's
Double.
starting to feel intentional.
Nah. Nah. Would never. Oh, right. I should have gagged there. And the good news is that much of this total chaos probably goes away if we, you know, aren't halfway dead by the time we get past the jails. I mean, that's really funny, but are we not? Yeah, that's a hardened rage.
I chose this way.
So just to be clear here, I think Sip just indirectly said, "Nah, it's not personal. I would kill all of you." If I had the option to. The healer limit break to make sure everyone dies to the hardened rage. Amazing. Helena says the jails look quite good, so clean up the greed, then it's smooth, and then the melee LB and Laha bread is just spam the button when it lights up, and there will be no problems. Yeah, the thing is, what happened is that normally we had agreed, I believe we have agreed that Milo is the one that does the LB there, so Cat was already out in something unusual or unexpected in that Cat had to take it. And then it was also like it is like we've gotten to that part like 3 or 4 times, so we're still not quite acquainted with how it refunds the LB. So I think that was what messed us up. Yeah, yes, the greed. I mean, it can look like greed on some of the places where we get screwed up. It could.
When the tank doesn't get healing between the tank buster hits.
in fairness, as far as I've seen, the healers are usually very busy at that time. Sometimes with being dead.
That's not busy.
Really
That's
difficult to
doing
heal
nothing.
when you're dead. But there is something funny about you somewhat consistently getting memed on that specifically. Your invuln is not ready at that point yet, right?
No, it's not.
Would be funny if it was.
Oh, if it was, I wouldn't die there.
Well, I mean, sometimes the reason is, well, I need the invuln for something later, so we can't rely on that. Hey, Rocky. Hope you're doing well. We're still working on jails, you could say.
Do we need the invuln for something in Ultima?
You need it during Ultima, yes. I don't remember what for, but you need it at some point.
Yeah, I haven't reviewed past the first Ultima Predation in a long time.
You need it for having it. To have and to hold.
Oh, makes sense.
You
Yeah.
need to have it as a
Looks
as like
nice.
as like a stress ball, like a comfort plushie. Comfort super polite.
Is that a super belay that only does like 1% of your health away?
No, that doesn't matter.
No, it's the super light that puts you to 1 HP.
Yeah, gunbreakers prefer that their super polite plushie has spikes in it, and they can really feel alive.
It somehow sounds more like Dark Knight.
No, Dark Knights needs like a Care Bear or something with a big happy heart on it. And let's not forget that those are love knights. They just don't like being called that because they want to be cool with their friends. But they absolutely tell their mom that they love them.
But only in private.
But only in private, yes. Only in private. Oh. Ifrit, sprint, left. But yeah, sure, Dark Knights would say they want the plushie with spikes in it.
Instead, they actually want high explosives.
Other machinists.
Oh, machinists have high explosives. They don't want them, they produce them.
They want the plushie with their spikes.
Look
Oh
at some
boy.
spicy nails I've seen.
Spicy meatball. 3?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Spicy meat a ball. But who is spicy?
The plume.
Ah. And why do we want spicy to meet a ball?
Because spicy is tastier. As long as it's not too spicy.
Oh. Wall.
What's that marker?
Wall. B.
To be.
Lab. I mean...
Close enough.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. In my defense... Well, I mean, I think we should just wipe it. But in my defense, I wasn't marked.
Hey, he got one stack.
Oh! Well, I mean...
That was a very interesting marking. He only marked ranged players.
But then he put it on me.
Yeah, one of them died.
Yeah.
The big problem is that he starts marking right before the boulders you get knocked into explode. So...
Repair check?
But I repaired right before we started.
I'm just gonna mention so that I don't forget later, but I think the only one that has a food buff that might run out before we finish is yeah, I was just about to say Aerodel, maybe you should munch an extra time, just to be sure. Anyone else that needs a repair?
Probably didn't need it, but...
I think you needed it. Did you see that bars on that?
13% was the lowest.
Did you just use reprisal?
Yeah, I don't need it for the first minute of the fight.
Oh. That is
I'm pretty sure.
Imagine if people did that more. I don't need this.
You know, I could
cooldown.
just No, I could camouflage right now, I think.
There's something funny about that because it's like if you didn't need it, like you could have used it, like it's additional reduced damage. I guess there's the point that things like reprisal can reduce LB generation or something like that. But aside from that, it's like if you have a defensive cooldown and you're looking like legitimately like I don't need it, then you could use it somewhere where you like in addition to something else just to reduce the damage even further. You know.
Yeah, I remember I actually do use reprisal at about a minute.
My first reprisal is for the aerial blast in a bit.
Yeah, my first reprisal was for the second friction. Which is like 40 seconds into the fight.
Oh.
Oh, dang it.
Uh-oh. Oh, sip. I think, maybe? Or maybe we can just wait a bit. Ifrit. Left.
Left.
I'll get up
Wait
as
with
soon as...
res. Wait.
I'm holding,
wait.
I'm holding.
Okay, that worked out. I was thinking maybe you'd just get knocked back as soon as you got up.
Well, it knocks back based on the amount of damage it deals, so...
That's true.
The most annoying chain target.
Don't take it personally, Naomi.
Yeah, the problem is, hitting the nail in front of the dance is really dangerous for me.
Ah.
But trying to hit
that's a wipe.
trying to hit another nail.
Nox is how am I supposed to grieve the party if I can't put myself to 1 HP and click off the invuln? Well, I mean, you just have to get creative with it. The true grief is the Dark Knight that uses Living Dead, and then the healer actually trusts them, and then the Dark Knight clicks off Living Dead just before it activates proper.
Is it possible to click off Living Dead?
I don't know, but could you imagine?
You know, I would test if you can click off Super Belite right now, but I need that.
I'm pretty sure they didn't make it so that you can't, so... Which is to say, like, I'm pretty sure they didn't change that part. Uh-oh. Retreat, sprint, right?
Should be 2.
Yep, that looks about right. Wall, wall, wall. Go to A.
Looks good. Remember left side.
Right, the left side.
Yeah, not right, left.
The wrong right, the right left. We did it! You did it, Goku! Oh boy. Double! You
3
think?
or B
Something like that.
ish.
Zip 4.
Zip, that's
middle.
not a good position, Zip.
Double? Oh, I thought it was moved far enough, but I was not.
No, this is not good.
Nope.
Table flip.
Require healing.
Table
north and
flip.
south.
Wink. You lived!
Yeah, that's new.
That's a new feeling.
Yeah, I'm not risking that one. Oh no, this is bad. I'm not going to live this.
Ew. Was your...
I don't have defenses for that.
Did you not have Super Polite at that point?
No! I'm not
Still
playing
not?
Warrior!
What's the cool... Like, it's 6 minutes, right?
Yes. It's on
definitely not 6
110
minutes during-
seconds at that point.
Oh.
Yeah. If it is around 2.5-ish minutes into the fight, I think
That
it's
was a weird
probably-
place to get rest to.
This part is 4-5 minutes.
That moment
So
we
it's
get
been
rest and then
best
there's a wipe.
3-ish minutes, I think.
At least they remove the weakness when you get rest like this. I got rest.
still
I
need to
accepted
wait
the
on the
rest.
NP.
The rest. The screen faded to black, and then the music changed, and it stayed on black, and then it faded. And I was like, that's a weird place to rest to. When you get rest
Alright.
mid wipe, it just like the screen just fades to black. You're like, and then like you just zone into Limsa Laminsa. Like in the time it took you to get rest, you wiped, both abandoned,
no.
somehow went through. You're also kicked, both from the party and the link cell. If there was one, it's just all gone. Everyone is like they've never been there. Just, oh wow, that's a weird place to rest to.
Getting red to Limsa sounds very cruel.
It reminds me of that one time in Endwalker where I queued Mentor Roulette, screen faded, like as a replacement, screen faded to black, and then it just faded in again, and I was still in Limsa. Like, what?
Limsa Extreme.
Yeah.
Just be glad you didn't get zoned into the quicksand there.
I land in Balmung quicksand specifically. Dun dun dun. It's funny that apparently the biggest degenerates there are the visitors, supposedly.
Well, obviously they specifically come there to do
Yeah.
that.
The people that live there are just like, oh man, I should have chosen a different one.
And they just agreed to buy a wall transfer.
Meanwhile, they're just always traveling somewhere else. Hey, Zero Cross, hope you're doing well. They actually have it, like they're actually the people we're specifically talking about right now. Uh-oh.
Now that's a lot of corpses.
Well, a lot, maybe not, but it's a
one.
lot more than what we'd hope. Zero Cross says, I live in Balmung, and yeah.
Don't make it ever.
This is what we call not good.
Oh look, Kyle, you got a plume. I'll kill it. Yeah,
did.
I'm going to. I plead stall on this Garuda.
Okay. Okay.
Where's your Mallow? Where's your Mallow?
For that, yeah.
Remember there's a donut?
I guess we can kill now.
I hope so, because I'm dead.
Well, yeah, you would have needed to turn her around for the tank buster.
Ham, did you see my HP?
No.
I would have died anyway.
Right?
Oh boy. Maybe we should just wipe, yeah? Yeah. I was at like 5% HP. Like, the reason I didn't turn her was because I was like, I need to use Raw Intuition and attack because I'm going to die from a severe case of no HP. Like, the thing is, if I stop attacking, then I need permanent babysitting from healers. And I stopped attacking when the stall was requested, so I needed healing. Her auto attack does like 25% of my HP. And she can crit, by the way. She can crit. Green says, you get rest into Limsa, you take a good look at your character and find you're suddenly a Limsa cat girl now. Oh no. I wonder, is that hard mode? Is that hard mode enough that you're a cat girl in Limsa? Is that hard mode enough? It's okay, Shaq, and also Sip. I'm not saying that you failed me. I'm just saying, I'm just giving an explanation of what happened. Hard mode is having to pretend you're actually a Limsa cat girl and not just a cat girl in Limsa. I guess hard mode is that, plus also you're forced to wear some blush Kai glam, to say the least. But not even that might be enough, because sometimes I've met people that like never have had any weird experiences in Limsa, and then others that are like, their character looks perfectly fine. It might not even be a cat girl, and they've had to deal with weird tells. So I don't even know what makes it. Like, what is it that causes it to get weird? Wow! Did you not pay attention when I explained the 4 glam styles of 14? I feel like I remember you showing that and me thinking, there are some styles that I'm missing.
Aerodol's not gonna stack.
Why? Aerodol wasn't standing that far away.
I don't know.
Now me take tether.
That was a good recovery. Ifrit, sprint, right?
Now we just have to sacrifice someone at a later point during Ultima Weapon.
What?
Because we have a stack too few. We're missing one stack.
Oh.
That's what
Bold
the...
of you to assume we get there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was gonna say, that's a weird issue to have. During Titan, essentially Titan Prog. Oops.
Oh no.
I accidentally stepped into the eruption.
I think that wasn't the only problem.
It looked like a few things went wrong. But we managed to awaken him.
I think one of the main problems was that 2 nails exploded too close to too close to each other.
Possibly. And that's also true, Nox, that the 4 main styles did cover a lot. That is true. That's also why I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything when you posted it. I just looked at it and thought, huh. I feel like we could add more styles. Wait. Do we actually do one more pull? I can see that there's a bunch of food buffs that are running out, and we're also, like, reaching the point where we end. So do we just say that that was that? Because I was just thinking one more pull, but if we have so many food buffs ending, then maybe we should just say that that was that, even though that is a really sad way to end it.
We could create an even worse situation to end it on.
You know, you make a fine point. In that case, I vote that we call it. Like, we could do worse.
You know, we could do a pull and all die to the first mechanic.
Nah, I think ending now is fine. going, we can't end on such a bad pull is just like that's just going to make it worse, because then the next pull it might be worse than that, and then I mean, hey, we can't end on such a pull. Like it's you know, like the thing where it's like if you're playing some PvP game or something, you're like, yeah, we can't end on a loss. And then, like, you have to go again. And then, maybe you lose again, but you can't end on a loss. And then you win, and they're like, well, now we have to keep going. Now, like, we have a hot hand, right? Like, while we're winning. So it's just, there's an excuse to keep going forever. And in fact, just to give a little bit of good advice out of that one, if you are losing in a game over and over again, that is actually probably a good time to call it. Because if you're repeatedly losing, like over and over and over again, you're gonna get tilted. And when you get tilted, you start playing stupidly, or at least worse. So just net better to just not entertain that. Just don't do that. Like the way for instance, the way I usually went about Crystalline Conflict when I was progging that, like when I was working on that in Season 1, is that I put a requirement that I would play 10 matches. So if I was losing, I would still play 10 matches, but the moment I had the 10th match, I wouldn't feel like playing anymore. So just not. And if I was winning a lot, I might go beyond that, but 10 matches was the like the cutoff. So like if you're winning, maybe it's a good time to call it there. If you're losing, it's definitely a good time to call it there. There's also the part that I had like a little quote-unquote self-improvement project there, where I would also do like push-ups or something associated with the amount of times I lost. So it would be a bit of a problem if I could rack up a lot of losses, right? So you're like, well, I mean, I can't do that many. Well, then you should have quit earlier. But technically we did get prog today. But we also had a whole week where we didn't do any UWU at all. So there's also a little bit of like refreshing. And we're still working on the jails, which the thing I think is interesting is that from what I can see, maybe I'm not seeing everything there, but from what I can tell, with the jails, the primary problem isn't the placement of the jails themselves. Does that sound right?
It depends.
It seems to me like what often happens is that people are dying to stuff just like leading up to it or during it, and that makes it way more chaotic. I
think specifically the healer getting chilled, and then the raid wights that happen after.
Yeah, my point being that despite the problems we might have with jails in general, to me at least, it does not seem like the problems have very much to do with the way we're handling jails themselves. Which I think is good. Because that is like one of the things that is a little scary on our part, because we're choosing to have no melons and all that. We're not even using a macro to mark anything for it. We just know. Or you know, I'm just there. I'm the main tank. Kraken Mo says, I came in late. How did Reclears go? Black Cat, we goofed up something. So we had a pretty cursed pull that then face... What?
Not just something. A lot of things.
That's true. We had several weird things happen, and somehow we were making it through, and then we wiped to something. I can't actually remember what it was that completely screwed us over. Oh right,
uppercuts
someone
me
face
into you
planted
guys
into
on
the
platform. It's like,
yeah.
I
Milo
wanted
from
to
the
end
top
at the
ropes.
start. Guess I gotta do it now.
We had several mistakes, but somehow we were still keeping up. Like, we would probably still make hard enrage despite all the previous mistakes, but that one was not something we could recover from.
I might have even still skipped Devour.
Yeah. On Honeybee, on Alarm, let's say on Alarm Pheromones 1, we had one death, I believe. Just at the end, which is like the worst time, because it's so sad. It's so close to just working.
Was there even the final B?
I
Yes.
think so. And
It
then
was
Alarm,
the final line.
and then Alarm Pheromones 2, if I remember correctly, it didn't like everyone on the DPS section except Cat died to that because of a misplacement, and then Cat died to the stack marker afterwards.
I think the first one survived, but just placed it wrong. I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure we had 3 deaths on that side. And then Cat died to the stack marker. Even though we did manage to get some reses up. Something like that. But let's just say that Alarm Pheromones 2 went horribly. So despite us only getting 1 Simp Heart this week, we still finished up like somewhere in the middle of Rotten Heart. Well, just, that's fine. But yeah. And then Brute Bomber. Didn't we wipe to something on Brute Bomber?
I don't think so.
Fuse field.
Yes.
Not fuse field.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The
yes, right.
knockbacks into pairs
Mm.
with a surecast during knockbacks. That should not have been a surecast, I believe.
Yeah,
from
well,
Right.
what Chat said.
it was surecast on the non-knockback one.
Oh, so it didn't have it for the knockback thing. Right.
Maybe switch strategies on the ranged using Shorecast.
And then we beat Wicked Thunder in first try this week, right?
I think so.
And we even
Wicked Thunder and Honeybee were first try.
for the first time managed to do 1 sword quiver correctly.
I think we managed 1 before, but never the second.
I would say on that note that usually the reason why we never do the second sword quiver is because people died from the first one because it was done incorrectly. That's why I'm saying we did 1 sword quiver correctly. Because we actually, I'm pretty sure no one, either no
We
one
had
died
1 death
from it.
after the first one.
I believe the one death was Aradel was dead leading into it, got rest, and then just, basically got forced to get down, Mr. President. You have to do it and then die because, you just got rest. That's how it goes sometimes when you have a pair mechanic. You have to participate, but you'll die. That's what I saw anyway, which is why I've kind of counted it as we did it right. Because the person that died from natural causes. And everyone else survived doing the mechanic correctly. And then the boss died. And the only reason why we had to do that was because we had something wacky happening in the earlier parts of the fight, like the iron
Me
cluster
dying
with 7
during the
people
6
alive.
No, the 8 minutes.
What?
Me dying during the 8 minutes with the 4 towers.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that was sad. That was so sad.
Yeah, I literally pressed all my 2-minute buttons and then that's like, well, fuck.
Splat.
At least nothing drifts or something.
No.
Guess not. For the next burst that you're definitely having.
Stuff did drift.
It's also samurai, so.
Senai drifted at least.
Oh, that one is a minute cooldown, right?
Yeah, it was fine. I
Hmm.
just held it for the next minute to make it easier, but
Oh, okay. Okay. I feel
it
like
was more
that one is.
press Meikyo, press Ikishoten, die. Well,
For me,
okay.
though, those kind of things, like the Sene, where you're like, do I just use it or do I hold it for the next burst? Those kind of situations are exactly the reason why I like to play Warrior, because the burst, like the damage bonus you're getting on anything, like, is it better to, like, the inner release is unlikely to get drifted at all, and most everything else is like, yeah, you can just use it. Like, you can just use it. Like, the biggest one you can hold is, like, Onslaught. So, like, there's very, very little for me to go, do I hold that for the next one? It's not too bad. We got quick reclears, and then next week would be the last one where we have reclears where there's a lockout. So I guess we still have the question, the thing to consider, whether we what we do about it when there isn't a lockout. Just an entire stream night of us just fighting Wicked Thunder.
We had that last week.
Well, this time we do it where we actually kill her
doesn't
repeatedly. Let's try that again, but with some modifications. Notably, who's winning?
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, I'd win. That would you have to admit that it would be really funny to set up a 6-hour oops all M4S stream, and then we don't kill her once.
Honestly, after the second lockout of not getting a clear after we've been able to do it so many weeks, I'll just give up.
Yeah, after the second lockout. Yeah.
It's
I
like,
will say last week
you know,
when we...
let's do something else and then maybe come back to it.
Yeah. I will say last week when it took us this long. That was part of what made me start to consider that maybe we should revisit whether we should be farming every single week.
Mm-hmm.
And that is also a good point Cat raises there, that if we're planning to stop farming M4S, we should at least try to end on like 8 books. Which would mean next week and then one more time. One more time. That's true. Oh, that also... Oh, man, that's going to mean that I'm at least going to end up on... I'm pretty sure most of us are going to end up with a weird number of M1S books.
Oh no!
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm
The
not even sure what
horror.
I'm gonna use those books for.
Looking at...
They're looking to going to look nice on a shelf.
Probably waiting till you can desynth the gear.
I'm just gonna throw them.
Decent thing is... Well, I mean... I
Mostly
guess...
because I still have decent levels to get, so there's
On
some use into
Goldsmith?
it. I only started doing a little bit of Crafter Gatherers around November and then stopped around the 50 levels. My Goldsmith
Yeah,
is
I know it might
halfway there.
sound... I know it might sound ridiculous, but I'm still saying on Goldsmith? Really? Reason being, have you
Goldsmith is
ever...
the easiest one to level.
Yes, if you do an expert roulette and you win anything, there's like a 90% chance that it's going to be Goldsmith.
And if you really want to level Goldsmith, you can buy a lot of Tombstone rings.
Let's see. Oh, I have a lot of totems I can buy stuff for decent. I've just not bothered yet. My Goldsmith bar for decent is about halfway full.
How much further is it than the other ones?
The other ones are around 25-30%, and then Alchemist being lower.
Yeah. It's pretty funny with some of those. Is that Culinarian is like proportional to how much fishing you're doing. Goldsmith usually finishes first, and then like something like Armorer, Leatherworker, Weaver tends to like come in way slower because at least there's armor to be had here and there. But Blacksmith is usually just like blacksmith, carpenter, alchemist, because they tend to get theirs like from dungeon loot through weapons only, almost exclusively, with carpenter sometimes getting rings and stuff. But it's so often that it's like, well, you're not getting anything because dungeons typically don't drop weapons after a certain level range. Like, expert roulette is never weapons. Ever, ever, ever. And he says, oh no, not the books you can't even use unless you have a lot of retainers. Yeah, that's true. I should spend some of my books on... Well, actually, I could use... I have exactly the amount of books needed to get both of my retainers a full set of accessories.
All those weird people who don't have a gatherer retainer.
I have 2 combat retainers, but that's because I figured out how to give my retainers jobs before I got into gathering or crafting. So it was like I couldn't use them as a crafter or gatherer. I think I also was like, yeah, it's more convenient. And I also concluded that the things that gatherers, well, you can't have crafter retainers obviously, but gatherer retainers would pick up items that you would specifically gather for, right? Was the logic. Why would I send a retainer to grab, 5 ores that I could easily grab myself, when I could have a retainer go and grab 5 skins that I would never bother to go grab? Like, it was just way more inconvenient to gather things for leather. And, then I grew smarter and discovered that, no, idiot, you wouldn't send the retainer out to gather skin either. You just buy those. Like...
From someone who does that.
Yeah, or someone who has bought them with bicolor gemstones, or someone who happened to get some. Like, no, it doesn't matter. It's not a relevant factor. But now I know that, and now I can't be bothered to like re-level them. The way I interact with my retainers is that once per day I will put things up for sale on them, like when I start, and like I'll refresh the prices and things, and then I'll like refresh their those really long ventures that take 18 hours, and then I'll just go on about my day. If I get stuff that I want, like need to clean my inventory during the day, and well, need is maybe not the correct word. If I feel like cleaning my inventory, usually when I'm like done with game, after I finish this stream, I'll probably do something with that singular materia in my inventory, up there in the top left. But that will be the only other time I interact with my retainers today. Which means that it'll take an eternity to level them on a new class. The level 70 Stone Sky Sea is outside Ralga's reach. It's here. You just teleport. You talk with the Aetheryte cat, choose the fringes, and then it's just like, right when you get out, it's just on your left. There's a guy looking into the chasm. Alana says, Carpenter and Alchemist are my lowest. Goldsmith is capped since all... Yeah, exactly. Did you see on my end? The only reason why Alchemist is this high is because for some reason I've just decided that I spent my poetics on buying things so decent for alchemy. I could have used that on Carpenter as well. I just don't, for some reason. And most of the rest are just like surviving off of the scraps they happen to get. But yeah, well, as we were reaching the end of the, I usually record, now I record the streams as I'm streaming them, but as I felt that there would probably unlikely there would be something that I would need near the end, I turned off the recording an hour ago, and I think my random frame skips and stuff went away. So I might have to revisit that. that apparently recording and streaming simultaneously is causing my PC to go... Meh. Maybe I can do something so it's less taxing on it. But with that said, It's probably a good time to wrap up the stream. It's getting late. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells your algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. It'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday, so that'll probably be tomorrow. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the chat right there from Aerodil. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!